Audio check. Audio check 2. What's up, everybody? I'm here. How we doing? I was just munching a little bit with the mic off. All right. It is Friday. You know what that means? It means RPG time. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? What's good? What's cool? What's hot? What's new? Let's see. Not much has changed for me since yesterday. So if you were here yesterday, not much new to report. Had to get up early today because the little guy had an appointment. And he hated it. He hated every second of it, which is to be expected. So he was extra ready for nap time. He should have a very good nap. We will have the extended break today once he's up and about for his dinner time. So we'll have like a 20 to 25 minute break at 6 o'clock. And today should be the last day that we need to do that, because the lady is coming back tomorrow. So, that's nice. Thank y'all for hanging in with that. Yes, he had a checkup today. Just normal stuff, nothing unexpected, just the usual whatnots. We've got the fully revamped prize wheel. I'm not going to go through it all, but it's there. If you want to read up on it, there's a dedicated channel in the Discord. You can see what's new. I updated all of the rules and the explanations of every single wedge to be up to date. And there's a picture of it if you just want to look at it without me taking it off the screen or larger. What else? Next month is going to be kind of a busy month. Just under a month away is a 2-day charity event that I will be doing, participating in. It'll be on a Thursday and a Friday. Normal stream time, 3 to 8 Central. But instead of doing whatever our scheduled RPG is, whether it's quarantine or whatever succeeds quarantine, depending on timing, we will move the regularly scheduled game and do some different stuff. So it's going to be normal stream days, normal stream schedule, but different stream stuff. And on Thursday, July 16th, we're going to do a stream of Mario Party 3 story mode as like a challenge run. It's going to be a high difficulty, very absurd and frustrating. And then on Friday, July 17th, we'll be playing Super Smash Bros. Melee, doing sort of a challenge run, trying to get through all the single-player modes. So Classic, Adventure, All-Star, Events, Break the Targets. I think the goal will be, on both days, to get through everything with one character and then see what else there's time for. I probably will do a little bit of testing on my free time to figure out about how long I think that's going to take, because it's going to tie into the donation incentives, which will center around picking characters and how we approach different modes. There might be like power-ups or power-downs that you can give to me. I'm still figuring out exactly what all of the incentives are going to be, but it's going to be a similar format to the events that I've done the last 2 Februaries. If y'all have been around for that, where there's like, it's Tiltify, and then there's like rewards and targets and all these different kinds of things and different ways to chip in and influence what's happening in the game. It's just going to be a miniature 2-day event instead of a full 5-day week of stuff. And it's for a different charity. Instead of American Heart Association, will be National Children's Alliance. This one is for NCA. So I'll have more info soon. I'll have graphics and chat commands and links and info and all that kind of stuff about the cause, what we're going to be doing, how you can participate, and all that kind of stuff. But just announcing the dates and what we're going to be playing to start off so that people know when it's happening. What's up, SNES? How are you? I will be doing what I do while you play. Love to hear it, dude. Love to hear it. Yeah, NCA, we're doing something a little bit new. I got invited by Megan Hertz, who I think is really cool. And I was very flattered to be invited, but it is not an exclusive thing. So if you stream and you want to stream to support NCA, you can just sign up for it. It's July 16th through 31st. But my late July is really busy, so I signed up for the first 2 days, because that's going to be the best for me, the 16th and the 17th. The week following that charity event, I have 2 things going on. I have a wedding that I haven't RSVP'd for yet because I'm not 100% sure that we're going to be able to go, but I would like to go. And then the same weekend as the wedding is also Classic Game Fest, which is here. And I have some friends performing at that I want to go hang out with and support, and maybe see if I can set aside a small amount of money to waste at the trade show, and maybe pick up a game or two, or some art, which is what I got last year. Got some cool art from a friend of a friend last year. And then the week after Classic Game Fest is my band's show in Minneapolis with Bit Brigade. So July is going to be a hot one for sure. I still haven't gotten any graphics for the Do a Barrel Roll show on the 31st of July. So I might just go ahead and make something myself, because I want to start plugging that every stream and get the tickets link in the chat and everything like that for folks that might happen to be in the area or want to make the trip. And then in August, things should kind of go back to equilibrium and calm down for a little bit. That last week of July that we have the show, there won't be any streams. And it's going to trickle into the following week a little bit, which I guess is technically August. Because we're actually going to do 2 different shows while we're up there. The second one is after the Bit Brigade show, and it's like a private thing. It's not something that I can invite people to. We're doing a private thing through a contact. I'm making it sound like super exclusive. I just don't feel comfortable sharing what it is as like a, I guess like a safety thing, security thing, like a doxing, anti-doxing. It's an anti-doxing maneuver to not say what it is. It's not like something that I would be embarrassed to tell you that I'm doing. It's for children, and there will be children there, so I don't want to tell people where it is. So that's happening after the Bit Brigade show, and that's going to be cool. I'm excited about that. And then once I get back, August should be pretty chill. Those first couple days of August, I'll still be gone, traveling. We'll see. I haven't put my schedule together for that yet. I got to talk to the lady. The lady's been gone for like 10 days. We haven't had a chance to talk about some of this stuff in great detail because of what she's been dealing with being a lot more important. But I think that's about it. Yeah, I'm excited to play some Dot Hack today. I am drinking out of this beautiful green cup. This is the lady's cup, actually. She just got this thing. Controversial, but it's Friday, and I'm not drinking matcha. I'm drinking something else. It is tea. It's a little tea concoction that I put together, but it's not matcha. And I had a fancy coffee this morning because I had to get up early and take the little guy to the doctor, so I treated myself. It routes out perfectly to hit my favorite coffee shop on the way back from the pediatrician, so it's pretty hard to resist. Okay. Well, let's just jump into the game. Usually I talk for like 30 minutes, but I don't really have a whole lot else to talk about. And we talked a lot yesterday, so I'll talk more about stuff as we go. I'm going to try to make a habit of mentioning the show at the end of July, as well as the charity dates throughout the streams as well, instead of just at the top and at the end when I'm most likely to remember. But I don't have any links or graphics or anything ready to go yet. But I'm excited to tell y'all. I've been playing Yoshi offline, Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, and I'm just kind of plowing my way through it. When I was playing it on stream, and for the first little bit after I wasn't streaming it, I was playing it in such a way where I was trying to like do as much as I possibly could in a level before moving on to the next. And I found that to be fatiguing me. And so I'm going to switch back to a just kind of like go through the game and then go back and clean everything up at the end, kind of thing, on like a revisit. So that's been fun. I'm finishing up World 3 right now, and not finishing up like 100%ing, but just like clearing all the levels. Like I try to get as much as I can when I go through the level, but there's certain things where you just like can't do it all in one run, because it's like, oh well, one thing involves you eating this thing, and then another thing involves you picking that thing up and like taking it somewhere, and there's only one of that thing, so you can't do them both in one run, you know, that kind of stuff. But it's been pretty cool. There's starting to be more like familiar, old school, recognizable Yoshi characters, which has been pretty novel, where like you get to a level and it's like, oh, like from Mr. E, the book's perspective, he's like, oh, what's this strange creature? But it's a Shy Guy, you know? It's like, oh, well, that's a Shy Guy, you know? And so you play through the whole level and you know that they're Shy Guys. And then at the end, he's like, what should we name them? And he's like, they're kind of shy. How about Shy Guy, you know? And we've seen a Neppy Nut, which is like the non-lava version of a Blarg. The thing that's on the cover of Yoshi's Island, the big blue thing, that's a Neppy Nut. And I want to say there was maybe like one other recognizable Yoshi enemies so far, or monster, friend, creature. So it's been good. Yoshi's been good. Like what I did to Yoshi's Island. Well, original Yoshi's Island, you can't do what I'm doing, because Yoshi's Island, the original, unlike all the other Yoshi games, if you want to 100% the game, you have to do it all in one run. So like you could just beat the levels and then go back and do the 100%, but like you can't like chip away at it like you can every other Yoshi game. Like, you know, any other Yoshi game, it's like, oh, well, I got 2 of the flowers and 8 of the red coins, and then I moved on. And then when you come back later, you can just get the 12 red coins and the 2 flowers that you missed or whatever, and then complete the 100 score. You can't do that in the original Yoshi's Island. You got to get all of it in one go, and it's really, really brutal. I got to get a new copy of Yoshi's Island, though. My childhood copy of Yoshi's Island is cursed. It's toast. It's really, really messed up. I've never seen a SNES cartridge get that messed up. So I'm going to have to get a new one at some point if I ever want to 100% it. Or another thing that I considered doing was I could just get a clean rip of Yoshi's Island and 100% it on my Super Effects Pack EverDrive. And then I could, you know, just have that save file. And then whenever I get a new cartridge, I could put that save file on there. Or actually, no, I can't. I can't do that. Yoshi's Island and Mario RPG are the 2 games that I can't like back up my save for, or like clean rip my own ROMs or anything like that, because they have the Super Effects SA1 chip. And the device that I have doesn't support those, unless they updated it in the last couple years or so, and I haven't learned that yet. I can't remember if they were... I can't even remember if they said like, oh, it's possible, we just haven't figured it out yet, or if they were just like, it's not possible, it'll never work. But I have a device where I can back up all of my saves for SNES and 64. And I can like clean dump my own ROMs so that I can have ROMs from my actual cartridges. And then you can also like put the save file back onto the cartridge as well. It's a two-way thing. So for like all the SNES games that have batteries, I could, you know, back up the save, and then if the battery dies, change the battery, and then put the save file back on, which is great. Not many N64 games have batteries. It's like 3 of my N64 games have it. Most of them don't. It's like Ocarina of Time, Smash Bros, and what's the other one? I can't remember which one has a battery save. It's like they're either like really early N64 games, or they are N64 games that have like a really, really big ROM file, and there's like no room for the save file because the save file is also really large, which is the category that Ocarina of Time and Smash Bros fall into. All right, I said we were going to get into the game like 10 minutes ago. Let's do it. Where's my volume? Drink some more of this tea. No, you don't need a memory pack for those two games. The reason why you don't need a memory pack is because they save on the battery. So there are some, like some of the games that need a memory pack, like the games that need a memory pack are usually for the same reason, because the ROM file is really large. And they didn't have like enough room, or the save file is also really large and they didn't have enough room for it. Or maybe it was like cheaper for them to produce it. I don't know the details there. But the memory cards for N64 is literally the exact same thing as the cartridge saving to a battery. It's just offloading it to like a separate cartridge. Like all that's in that memory pack is the exact same thing that would be in the cartridge if it has a battery save. Like there's like a little tiny chip on a little tiny PCB and the exact same battery that would have been in the cartridge. So it's the exact same technology. It's just like offloading it. It's like an external hard drive versus a, you know, internal, basically. You open, like if you were to like strip them down to their bare parts, they would look identical. That's all those memory cards are. And you can do the same thing with the memory cards theoretically, where you could like pull the save data off of there, change the battery, put it back on. And it's even easier because you wouldn't need a special tool. You just need 2 memory cards. And so you could copy all the stuff to the one and then replace the battery in the second and then copy it back over. But you would also need a game that allows you to do that, because there's not like a system menu on the N64, and there's not like a memory card manager tool. And that's actually kind of a weird thing about the N64 memory cards, is like not every game that uses the N64 memory card has the same feature set for interacting with the memory card. Like some of them are really full featured and you can copy and you can delete and you can name or whatever. And then some, it's just like you can say, like it can tell if there's data for that game on the memory pack, and that's it. And maybe you can just have one file and it won't let you have like a second one or anything. We're going to load save slot number 5. When we left off yesterday, we saved in slot 4, but I still had a bunch of virus cores to farm, and I did finish that yesterday after stream. So we have everything that we need. We'll recap all of what happened yesterday, and then we'll jump right into it. So right at the top of the stream, we had email to check, or mail. I always call it email, but it's just mail. We got an email from Pyros, from Moonstone, and from Wise Man, I believe. Or no, it was Black Rose. We had a conversation with Black Rose. Anyways, the Black Rose conversation was just story, character stuff. Pyros had a quest, which turned out to be really silly, like all of Pyros' quests. Now this is too loud. Pyros said that there was a player that was scamming other players and overcharging them for items at the bottom of a dungeon by kind of like, you know, kind of trapping them in a situation where, what's that concept in capitalism? Like convenience markup or something like that, where like, you know, where like you ban water bottles from the concert and then sell water for like $10 a bottle or something, you know, like that kind of an idea. And then we went to the dungeon only to find out that the person that got duped by the scammer was Pyros himself, and he like tripped on his words and tried to say that it was his friend, but let it slip that it was actually him. And then we find out that the scammer was not a scammer and just a really nice player who was trying to help people out with this tough dungeon by selling potions at the bottom. And Pyros just like misunderstood and overpaid and like left without his change or something. And so the scammer like gave him his money back. And then Pyros just kind of like left sheepishly. So that was really silly. And then Moonstone's quest, he said, hey, I found this great place to level up, but the monsters are really hard. We should go together. And that dungeon is at level 85, and we are at level 75. So we haven't even set foot in there yet. I'll probably save that until we level up a little bit more. Then we got our first goblin thing from the board. And this is the first time that the goblins have two things. First time that they have referred to it as a fight and not playing tag. And more importantly, they let us bring our party. So the fight was like stupidly easy. It was really fast. We did it in like 3 minutes. All we have to do is just sit there and do a couple of buffs and then start chasing them, and it's over lickety-split. So much nicer and easier than all the previous ones. So maybe the game is kind of like rewarding us for putting up with all the really, really stupid ones. Found an NPC that has a bunch of cool items that I want to trade for, and I wrote that down. Here's what I wrote down about Pyros' mission. And then we got a mail from Wise Man who told us, okay, it's time to move forward with our operation. Come to Omega Town. We're gonna, you know, get the plan together. And so we had like our Ocean's 11 moment, you know, planning the heist. And basically, Leos wasn't there, but everybody else was there. And Helba tells us that Leos and whoever his allies are within CC Corp that are kind of like moles for us, basically, have been monitoring the cursed wave, and we feel like we have enough data to kind of predict its movements. And then Wise Man also said that they've developed a vaccine. I don't really know what that means. That seems metaphorical, you know, because it's for a virus, but it's for a computer virus. Usually you don't refer to the thing that fixes a computer virus as a vaccine, at least as far as I know. So, anyways, Wise Man gives us this location, and he's like, the wave is going to be here, you're going to go here, and we're going to fight the next wave. Helba gives us a Virus Core M. She says it's a protected area, and Kite decides that the operation is going to be called Operation Orca, which feels like wishful thinking. We kind of thought Orca was going to wake up after we killed wave number 4, and for some reason, Kite and Black Rose were like, oh, we thought that was going to fix everything, and we don't really know why they thought that was going to fix everything. I didn't think it was going to fix everything, but they sure did, and it seems like we've fallen back into that same mindset again. But I guess it's good to remember why we're doing all this. We're trying to save our friends. We got another goblin mission. We went and did that one. It was just as easy as the first. We got the goblin male Z. It said in the board post that it was the last one, but I don't believe that. I believe that there's going to be 3 more, because there's always been a full set of armor, and there's been 5. So you get the 4 armor pieces and then a key item. So I'm assuming that's going to be the same. And then we went to go do the Operation Orca. I figured we'd go ahead and do it, since it's the only other thing besides the level 85 thing. And I don't feel ready to do that yet. But then we needed to farm some virus cores. We needed 2 Gs, 2 Hs, and 2 Js. So I spent the rest of the stream trying to get cores. I only got 1 J before the end of stream, and then after stream I got another J, 2 Gs, and 2 Hs. And it wasn't that bad. The J is much more annoying to get than the G and the H, because the enemies are harder to fight. How hard is it to farm virus cores? It's so luck-based, unfortunately, Draconics. Like, it's not hard to, like, attack enemies and click data drain, but depending on the enemies that you're going after, or, like, the other enemies that you're not interested in data draining, it can be really, really annoying. Like, we need to find a better place to farm Core J, because all the other enemies in that zone are really, really annoying. So that one sucks. That area would be good if we also needed like J and K, because there's a lot of mid-size enemies there too. But it's not hard, but it is time consuming because of how random it is. And then like if your infection gets too high, you start getting weird debuffs, or it takes away experience points, which really sucks. And there's not like a quick and easy way to reset your infection level. So it's not the greatest, I will say. You think you might spend some time grinding cores and infection when you get mutation? Oh, like to carry over from 1 to 2. Interesting. Imagine there's some things that may be easier to get in the earlier game. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that, because especially from part 2 to part 3, I could see that. Because, like, I mean, obviously from each one to the next, there's things that, like, change. And I think, like, for the most part, you can always go back. But having, like, a more insulated, compartmentalized version of the game before, like, the additional stuff from the next one gets added in probably does make it easier. All right, so let's get into it here. We don't have any mail to check. There shouldn't be any board posts. And we're gonna go straight into Cruel Vindictive Scars to do Operation Orca. I assume this is gonna be against the 6th wave of the Cursed Wave, because that's the next one in line. And because we watched the trailer on the 4th OVA disc and scrolled through that art gallery a little bit, we actually already know what it looks like. I don't remember what its name is, but we'll see it again shortly. But I didn't see 7 or 8, or any whatever might have been after that. Our story party has historically always been... Yeah, see, Mistral is leveling up. Her character level is going up. But she doesn't respond. And we got to use Elk for 1 mission, and it was glorious. And now he's off the grid again. So we're just doomed to not have a good Wave Master, I guess. I'm gonna bring Black Rose and Balmung, Hopefully we don't need magic for Operation Orca. We're just gonna send it with this party. And see what happens. This place is very Legend of Dragoon. My right stick was drifting a little bit there. It looks very cinematic right now, but that's actually my right stick drifting just a little bit. Interesting. Projected. Hopefully I can count. M, G, H, J. Huzzah. We have so many F. Hopefully we can use those someday. I wonder why I have so many F. Probably just a weird luck thing. Oh, I bet it's because... Oh, it's because of those trees. Y'all remember those trees? It's because we had to kill 1,000,001 large size enemies in the Lambda server. Or whatever.
The wave will be moving there soon. Be careful.
Oh, now Leos is here.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's head to the lowest level of the dungeon.
Yup. But first, let's check out the field. This will give us a feel for the encounter table. And if the encounter table doesn't suck, we will clear the field. We'll get all our buffs out. It's a little less cloudy now, but it was like peak coffee weather this morning. Like, I would have gotten coffee either way because I had made the plan like a week ahead of time, but as we were driving I was like, man, what a day for a cup of coffee. It was like cloudy and gloomy, but still like colorful, not like gray, which I'm a big fan of. Nima's not happy about it. It's supposed to rain twice today. Once in a little bit and once again later tonight. Oh, this sucks. I'm dead already. Alright, so we are not going to clear the field on this dungeon because these enemies constantly respawn. This thing right here is really strong and can heal. And then it also will, like, revive enemies as they're dying. And I think the Alucard enemy, the, like, surfing on the coffin Dracula guy, just has a random chance to revive itself, I guess, as, like, a gimmick for it being a vampire. And then we also have these maidens, which are super annoying. We had a blast decimating them when we actually had a Wave Master, but we don't have a Wave Master. Alright, I lost all my buffs because I died, so I gotta put them back on again. And we are gonna make a beeline for the dungeon. We will trigger some portals on our way there, but we can just keep running. In fact, I can even tell them... Oh, well, they weren't attacking in that last encounter, so that made it a little bit worse. Not even gonna bother to dodge this portal here. It's just gonna happen. So yeah, magic freezes us in place. Oh, Black Rose got put to sleep. Let's not leave her behind. She's getting caught up in it. We might have to just duck into the dungeon to save her. Oh. Luckily, my items can reach infinite distance. And there we go. We're in. Okay, Fairy's Orb. And then let me swap my weapon real quick so I can get attack up on everybody. Oh, I forgot I had this stupid Raiko Maru on us. I'll drop it if I absolutely have to. Maybe I'll take advantage of the deck Vorv. It's a lot of work to keep all these buffs on, but... I did see that the FFT remake got an update. They added like a New Game Plus mode, which honestly I was a little confused when I saw that because I thought it already had one. Wait, what? Oh, I can't equip this because I have more than one of these. That's so weird. Alright, and then we'll do Sora's Blades here because we have such an annoying encounter table. Make sure that they're actually fighting. Jesus. Unreal. God, these things really suck. Powerful magic, powerful offensive magic, and then can heal themselves as well. Also, you can't move while that spell is happening, so you can't, like, try to dodge it like you can the physical skills. Magic is really powerful in this game. Alright. Goodbye to you. Oh man, my items. Get rid of that. Just because it sells for more. God, it's tempting to actually leave and try to make some more room for items. I didn't realize I was this full. Yeah, okay, because I'm carrying a bunch of equipment that I got from farming the cores. We're literally in the first room, so we're not really losing any time by doing this. We'll be thankful that we did this. So I gotta gate out real quick. And let's go make some room. I'll try to sell as much as I can because we're pretty low on money. We should be rocking like 400k. And we have like less than 100. And I guess since I know that there's not a spring in this level, I can put away the two that I'm holding on to for springs. And maybe I'll just operate under that assumption, like, if I go to a place and it has a spring, I'll leave, grab what I want to throw in the spring, and come back. This one's not good, right? I mean, it's solid, but it's not as good as what we currently have. We got a million of these. A million of these. A million of these. Okay, that helps a lot. And then I'm tempted to just sell, like, all of my scrolls. But, like, on the off chance that something in this, like, there's something in this dungeon that we haven't seen yet that has physical tolerance, that's the only reason why we carry these around. Like, if we got caught with literally no scrolls, it would really suck. But I guess all of us do have magic, so let's do it. I'm gonna sell all my scrolls, and we'll see if I regret it. I'm not gonna sell the status ones because they're not worth that much, and we pick so many of them up. Okay, let's save again. With that having been done, same slot. No big deal. Oh wait, and then I gotta put these 2 daggers in the storage. 2 together, and nil and despair. Because we still have... Am I just carrying 2 now, or am I carrying 3? I'm carrying 3. This one we have for Apcorv. This we have for highest attack power. And then this we have for death. Okay. Still kind of a stupid amount of daggers to be carrying. Ideally, we would just have 1 set of great daggers. But we need a bit better of a set before we can justify dropping Sora's Blades. Because death is just so awesome. It seems to land quite often. Wow, that didn't trigger battle mode. We got really lucky there. We must have been on just the outer edge. Cool, we got right in. Let's go, indeed, Black Rose. Indeed. Okay. Fairy's Orb. Buff time. A lot of chests in here. That's pretty cool. Or like the chest to portal ratio is very favorable. Kind of surprising. Gobi's going to town on a bone. If you're hearing that. That's what that is. Okay, and then you for Apcorv. And then we switch back to Sora. If the enemy table wasn't this annoying, I would use the stronger weapon without death. But we have to fight cheap with cheap. Oh, see, look at that. Just immediately brought back. And then that guy comes back. They're just like reviving each other right before they die. Now I'm dead. Hello? Thank you. Jesus. There goes that spell. How does he heal so fast? Stop it. It's really, really stupid that they can just revive each other back and forth like that. I hate it. Now I gotta do all my buffs again. So we got the ad coming up already. Okay.
Invisible egg.
Invisible egg. Alright, well, I'll go ahead and run it. Feed the pups and grab a snack and be back in a few minutes. See you in a few, folks. Alright, I'm back. I'm just munching again. Hungry today. I guess it's because I got up earlier. Pretty typical for me. If I like don't sleep enough or wake up earlier than usual, makes my appetite spike for some reason. Boy, they really didn't know how to make the CPU evil yet in the first Mario Party. It's wild that on the highest difficulty, the CPUs are that bad at that minigame. Game like that on, like, Mario Party 3 on the highest difficulty, it's just like TAS. The CPU is so unfair that it'll just blow your mind. And we're gonna experience that next month during the charity event. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna have to play offline to get ready for that. Not just to do testing, but also because I have no... story data on my file. I did the wrong thing. So I actually have to complete story mode one time on like easy or something so that I can unlock the high difficulty for the challenge run, because it's not unlocked right away. Pokemon Champions mobile port. I guess I did know that just because I happened to like see it in Salty's stream title. I haven't really been watching any Pokemon Champions streams, just because I'm not like super interested in like competitive Pokemon. And it seems like kind of ridiculously funneled right now. And I guess depending on like who you ask, people might say that like, oh, it's always been like that, where like people just use the same 20 Pokemon, and everybody know, like when people see that you have a specific Pokemon, they know its moveset already because there's like one Gambit with that particular Pokemon or whatever. That just seems really boring to me. And I know that's not how everybody plays Pokemon Champions, it's just like the top level players. But it's also just kind of like frustrating to think about, because like, you know, if you try to go in there with your like interesting or like normal team that's not like hyper optimized, you're gonna eventually start running into those players, and it's like, oh, you have to either like conform to this stratagem or you're just never gonna move any farther up the ladder. And I think that's super lame. So in that respect, I know this was not the question. I'm answering a question that was not asked. But I don't find really, really high level competitive Pokemon very interesting. But I do think it's cool that Champions exists. I think for a lot of people, the franchise has needed something like that for a long time. Vlad! What's up, Vlad? Thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Would you like a wheel spin for that? Be happy to spin the wheel for you. Our newly overhauled and redesigned prize wheel at that. Okay, buffs are restored. Hope you're doing well today. Happy Friday to all those that celebrate Friday. Oh, free rig same. Wasted. Hopefully it recharges the cooldown at the very least. We can only hope. Time to roll Despot again? That would be funny. But hey, we'd get a soda tasting out of it. Which doesn't sound too shabby right about now.
Invisible egg. Invisible egg.
I almost started playing Ocarina of Time on a whim earlier today. It was a very bizarre impulse. I was like, where did this come from? Hachio. That sounds like a dagger. Yep. It has Deck Vorv. Look at that. Now we have Deck Vorv. It's a pretty solid weapon, but it's not better than anything that we have. Do it, it's fun. Well, you don't have to convince me that Ocarina of Time is fun. Wait, what? Oh, okay, not... We need App Vorv, not Deck Vorv. Silly me. When we get to the next floor, I will do a quick breakaway and spin the wheel for Vlad here. Virus Core H, that's nice. A little bit rough, but overall manageable. Well, I'm happy to hear manageable. We accept manageable. Learning about software development. Oh god, that sounds like my nightmare. It sounds really scary. Anytime I've ever tried to understand, not even learn, just understand something that's like coding adjacent, it makes my brain hurt so much. I do not have the brain for it. I don't know if it's because I have like an art brain and you just can only have one or the other. Like I feel like I very much have a math brain. But it's only like certain types of math.
Golden egg.
So maybe the like geometry part of the brain is where the coding is. that was the math where I really bounced off, and I was like, wait, I thought I was good at math. It's like, no, you're good at algebra. I have an algebra brain. That was a very powerful and profound moment where I was like, in high school algebra 2, and I just had this like wave wash over me where I like finally understood why algebra was useful when it seems like the most like abstract, contrived math. And you're like, how would this ever be useful? And it just like all clicked into place. And it's still very hard for me to try to like explain how it's useful. But I feel like it's very much like a when you get it kind of thing. But that was a very powerful moment where I was like, whoa, they weren't lying. This is useful. I get it now. It makes your head hurt too? Okay, well that makes me feel a little better, I guess. Did some app and game prototypes, nothing finished yet, but works at least. Better than I could do, probably. Finish one thing and end to the end one because you don't have the patience, so you jump to building a new thing, learning new things. Yeah, I mean, finishing is always, like finishing a project is always the hardest part. I have the same problem. Like, you know, there's like so many aspects to that. There's like the honeymoon phase aspect where like, you know, coming up with an idea is way easier than executing an idea, and then like starting something is like exciting because it's new and it's fresh. And there's like the grass is greener thing where you're like bored of what you're working on and you see something new that you could move on to. You have like all of those things working against you trying to finish something, and you'll like try to talk yourself out of all these different ways of finishing something because it's like, well, I could start something instead. Starting something's pretty sick, right? We have the same problem in the music world. It's like, well, what if I just like tweaked this song and this mix or this album forever? If I never finish it, no one can say that it's bad. All right, let's spin the wheel. Pause my game so my buffs don't run out. And then we can swap to the roaming mic. And let's go over here. Turn on the tunes for a sec. And we'll switch to the roaming mic. All right, this is our first spin of the day. It belongs to Vlad. Pink and orange wedges are locked. So snacks and sodas up for grabs if we land on pink or orange. Green and yellow wide open and ready to go. I have some makeup pull-ups still to do, so I'll do 5 of those along with whatever we get here. Vlad, you called it. We landed on Discord Despot. It doesn't get activated, but the role wouldn't change hands anyways because Vlad is our current Discord Despot. But it will unlock a soda tasting, which I will do after the next ad break. But let me go ahead and do five chin-ups here to chip away at the makeup ones from when my shoulder was hurt. I'm gonna take this off because it's not gonna sound good. All right, let's do 5 of these real quick. Stretch a little bit because I'm pretty sore. All right. And that's 5 more done. That's 15 down and 10 to go. And then we're all caught up. Okay. Back over... Well, first we'll pause the tunes. And then we'll go back over here. All right, yeah, we gotta get strong, right? Thanks for that wheel spoon, Bad. Appreciate it. Looking forward to that soda tasting. I'm already thinking about what I want to get. Getting some ideas. Might have to go for a dragon tail. Something with a little caffeine. We're kind of riding the wave today. Riding the dragon, the caffeine dragon. Man, my nose is itching. It feels like there's something on it, but there isn't. Blazing spear. Is that a spear or is that a scroll? It is a spear. And a pretty crappy one at that. You have a working app/game. Well, that's a milestone. Learned everything about it. You can finish, add new functions, more content or assets. That's just chores. I see. You feel like if you finish it, you won't learn anything new. Yeah, that's another easy way to talk yourself out of it, I suppose. So you get bored quickly because you're not learning. Right, you're just like doing. Well, maybe... You know, maybe it's a type of thing where if you push yourself to finish some of those things, you'll learn some things that you don't expect. But at least trying to translate from like a musician's perspective. Oh. Thank you, Smashy. Sorry, we were still on the roaming mic. I probably sounded 50 feet away.
This is... You don't understand.
Hopefully I was still audible. But from like a musician's perspective with that kind of thing, the important thing with finishing projects is just to literally practice finishing projects. Because like staying on a task and like getting something done before starting something new is like a skill that has to be practiced, just like, you know, scales or improv or vocabulary or repertoire or whatever. At least from like a musician perspective. So for what it's worth, that would be my pep talk to you. Also, welcome in, Smashy. How you doing? Happy Friday. God, these guys suck. Do not come back. Do not come back. Do not come back. Okay, good. Wait, what is killing Black Rose? Just this little guy? This little gnome? They're so formidable. How are they so formidable? Okay. I'll let you guys do first aid. Excuse me? Vlad, what the heck? Thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Who did that go to? I didn't see. To SNES. Thank you for gifting to SNES. What? Vlad, what the heck are you doing, man? Appreciate it. And to SNES today. It's Nestor Day and Draconics. Congratulations. Well, that's 2 more spins of the wheel. Thank you for the gifted, dude. I appreciate it. Banishing ads, showering emotes, and spinning the wheel. Okay, now let's switch back over to this. And then we need... oh, I still... Wait. I still have it on. Okay. I never switched it back. Smashy's rooting for Despot. Vlad's already got it. Vlad doesn't care if it lands on Despot. The pink wedges are unlocked, so if somebody else wants it, they can go after it now. But it's got to be their spin. Gifted subs are not gifted spins, unfortunately. I guess unless the gifter says so, but I don't think Vlad would risk their title like that. Yeah, the first spin of the day was a pink. We haven't done the soda tasting yet. We're gonna do it after the next ad. So pink is already unlocked for the rest of the stream. Okay, we're on B3. Is this going to be the last floor? The suspense, the suspense. This is not the last floor. All right. Still very good chest to portal ratio. Check out my APM, bro. That was funny. We'll do this side first. Despot title is mine forever. Nice. Death on the first hit. Love to see it. Absolutely best case scenario. Somebody always steals away the title. It's never forever. But I suppose if you are the consistent big spender, you're certainly upping your odds of well, it's not really it's not an elected title. That's what makes it despotic. Yeah, Vlad's very confident that it'll just get landed on every time. When we get done with this floor, I'll do 2 more spins. The devil. Just hanging out in a treasure chest. Draconics now assuming the stance that he graciously bequeathed it to Vlad. As if he had a choice. Love that. Also, shortening it to DD is really funny. It's true though, it is very powerful. It's very powerful. Vlad almost swung the last Tuesday poll with it. But it wasn't quite enough. But maybe the next RPG poll. If they can hang on to it long enough. Alright, let's spin the wheel 2 more times. What's up, Dur? Welcome in. We are having fun today. We're playing .hack. We're drinking beverages. We're spinning the wheel. In fact, we're about to spin it 2 more times. Let's go back over here. Tunes, please. Here we go. 2 more spins for Vlad. Pink unlocked, orange still locked. What'll it be? On our newly redesigned wheel. Ten push-ups. All right. Some more exercises, just what I need. And a bit of a janky spin. What happens if it lands on Despot for a Vlad spin? No, it wouldn't be a respin. It would only be a respin if it was landed on twice in a row. Hey, there's an orange one. So unfortunately, no room tour for you. That is one of the new wedges, though. We will unlock a snack tasting instead, and now orange wedges are unlocked for the rest of the stream. So the whole wheel is unlocked today. Perfect time to spin. Oh, thanks, Dur. I try. And I'm not trying to, like, I'm not saying, oh, I try, to try to, like, wax humble. Like, I really do try. Oh, let me go ahead and do these push-ups. I'm gonna go ahead and switch back to this mic now, so I don't forget. And then I'm gonna go in the doorway there and crank out 10 push-ups.
This is, you don't understand.
Yeah, so to further elaborate on Smashy's question, if the first spin of the day was Discord Despot, so it's a soda tasting, right? And then if the next spin immediately following that was Discord Despot again, it would activate. But let's say the first spin of the day was, art time, and then we do no art time soda tasting, and then the pink wedges are unlocked. And then spin number 2 was Discord Despot. If spin number 3 was Discord Despot, it would be a respin unless it was a different person. If that makes sense. But if, like, so 2 spins in a row for the same person, if they're the same thing, it's a respin, unless spin 1 is first orange or pink of the day to unlock the category, and then the second spin is the same one from that category. Oh, since Vlad is already... Right. You were asking specifically if the person who is the Despot lands on it after it's unlocked, what happens? The answer is nothing. That's happened a few times, actually. So, like, if person number 1 landed on art time, soda tasting, and unlocked pink, and then person number 2, who is the Discord Despot, gets a spin, and it lands on Discord Despot, and that wasn't the previous spin, just, it's like, oh, congratulations, you're still the Discord Despot. That's it. That's all that happens. No respin. on that one. That's a legal spin. That's a fair ball. We play that where it lies. Okay, this is interesting. Is this a boss room? It's not labeled as a boss room, but it must be. I'm assuming this side is going to be the Got statue. So we'll at least make sure that we get that. Happy to see you. The most humble person in here. Yeah, so humble. Yay, Got statue! Dark Dragon. And 2 Ruby Brooch. I think Ruby Brooch is a new item. I don't think we've seen these before. Dark Dragon is a hat. Heavy armor. Pretty solid. That's a really good helmet. Probably give that to Black Rose. Probably our best candidate for that. I love that Smashy has the crown emote for that too. Perfect. Vlad has really taken to the Despot title. Really gets it. Wearing it proudly. So we're going to be doing a snack and soda tasting after the next ad break, folks. In case you didn't catch that. Let's go ahead and get the buffs back on. Nope. Same. And equipment swap. Corv. Just in time for it to expire on my party members. Very serendipitous. Alright, and then we can switch back over. Okay, this guy's more annoying. Get rid of him first. Freeze this thing in place. Oh, beautiful death. Excellent. I finished part 1 of my new book. I'm reading the second Warlord trilogy entry, the King Arthur series that I've talked about a couple of times. And it's intense. It has started off a lot more intense than the first book did. The first book was much more of like a slow burn, kind of like working its way up. And it was like the arc of the first book was kind of just like this, where it just kind of like kept going up. And then like at the end there was like a lot of like really exciting action and stuff, and then it ends kind of on this high note. This one wasted no time whatsoever. and some really intense stuff is already happening in the first part, and it's set up to be even more ridiculous in the second part. But the only thing I'm kind of bummed about is that it feels like I skipped a book. Like there's a ton of stuff that has happened between book 1 and book 2, and I just kind of like find that out in like the first couple of pages of book 2, and I'm like, dang, I kind of wanted to like experience that in real time. Like there's some spicy stuff in there that has happened in like the years between. Like that could totally be a book, but it just isn't. So part of me is like, oh wow, how packed is this gonna be if that didn't even make it into a book? But another part of me is just like, I wish that would have been in the book or another book. Because that would have been some good stuff to like experience in real time. I was kind of like jumping out of my chair the first couple pages. I was like, they did what? The what? I felt like I was like watching the recap at the beginning of a season finale of a show without having watched the season leading up to it. Like, wait, what? Wait, what? Or like when your app doesn't remember what episode you're on and it like accidentally plays the next one and you're like, wait a second. Okay, do I have all my buffs on that I want? I think I do. Do I have the right weapon equipped? I do. Or wait, no, I want to switch to this one, because death isn't going to work on the boss. So we'll take life drain and a little bit more damage. There might not even be a boss in here. Or what am I saying? We expect the cursed wave to be here. There's got to be a boss.
Here.
Something strange is going on. The movement of the wave that we were herding is strange.
Yeah?
What's going on? Leos, answer me!
Leos, what do you mean?
The data volume is diminishing. Vanished. Target lost. I don't understand.
What the hell?
Confirmed abnormal data volume increase in Sigma, Graceful Tempting Fallen Angel.
Wait,
We can still make it. Head
this is
over
huge.
there. It's Sigma, Graceful Tempting Fallen Angel. Hurry!
So this was just a red herring. Okay. Interesting. Now, do any astute listeners from yesterday know why that coordinate is significant? Does anybody remember? I need to write first, and then I'll explain, for those of you that don't. Upon reaching the last room of the Operation Orca dungeon, we find nothing there. Leos reports that the data volume is diminishing, and Helba cuts in with a new location for us to rush to, saying the data volume is increasing there. So the data volume diminishing is like associated with the movement of the wave. We've learned that whenever the wave arrives somewhere, there's like this artificial inflation in the amount of data that's in that area where it looks like data is just like piling up and you can't tell like what it is or where it's coming from. So that's kind of like how they're tracking it around, or how they can like tell where it is. So the new location, let's flip over to Sigma really quick so I can write this down. I realize the notes is still on screen. I'm not done writing yet. I know it starts with Sigma. Graceful, tempting, fallen angel. And I'll just call this new wave surge. Now, the reason why this is significant is because we picked out a keyword combo in the 4th OVA that we watched right before starting this game, or this part of the game, and the 3rd keyword in that coordinate was fallen angel. And yesterday I decided, oh, let's take a moment to go check out that combination. And because we didn't know what server it was associated with, I was like, we'll just try it on all the servers. And so we went through this exercise where we went to the very first server that's the lowest level, and we tried to put in the combination, and the keyword, the 3rd keyword of fallen angel wasn't there. The other 2 were there in the first column A and column B, but we didn't have fallen angel. And I was like, oh, is the coordinate list or the keyword list different from server to server? So then we went to the next server and the next server and the next server, and came to find out that none of the servers had that 3rd word in the C list. But now we are being given a coordinate that does have that as the 3rd word. So I'm wondering if maybe that's going to magically appear in the word list now, and maybe we can try it. Or if this is just some kind of like cryptic, you know, it's like a secret keyword that we can't get to. So let's take a look. It's there. It's there! Okay, this is huge. So, let me just make sure that I can actually do the combination in its entirety, because those first 2 words were just random. I just mashed through because I wanted to see the 3rd word. Sickened, imprisoned, fallen angel is what we're looking for. Bird grammar. What a keyword. Level 54. Okay, so we're able to go to it. But again, we don't know what server it would have been associated with. So I want to try it in every server, starting from Delta and working up. So let's do a couple things here. Let's do some item management and then save. Anything that we want to keep? Oh, this we definitely want to keep. This, probably not. These can go in for sure. We always keep treasure. I don't don't know if I want to sell my scrolls down to 0 again. I think we're okay. Oh, sorry, Space. Friday today. Happy Friday. How you doing, dude? Space has been playing FF7, and it's giving me a lot of life. Always down to secondhand smoke some Final Fantasy VII. You'll have to pop in on a Thursday sometime, Space. That's a new one. It's a special alert that only works on Thursday, and if you try to redeem it on any day other than Thursday, it just says sorry, not Thursday. But it was popping off yesterday. This one we can sell. This one we can sell. And this one we can sell. Thank you for Dexter. Let me check at what Black Rose is wearing right now. How does she have so much room in her inventory to carry all of these swords that we've given her? Every sword that we've ever given her. It's just chilling in here. Okay, here we go. 519409. We're gonna demolish that. Yeah, we are absolutely demolishing that helmet. That one only works when we're going back to the lab. Okay, where is she? Where are you, Black Rose? I hate this root town so much. It's so unnecessarily big.
This is... You don't understand.
There she is. She's saving. Cute. No, I don't need to trade with you. You don't have anything good. No offense. Alright, here's your Dark Dragon. Put that on, please. Okay. Items managed. No, I don't want to talk to Benoit. I want to save. Alright, we're going to save in slot 1 here. I suppose I should write this down. And then we'll just call this OVA keyword
I'm a game inventor.
try.
I've invented games. I've sold games. It's nice. Played it. I'm sorry, I have to say no.
I want this to be... I want this so badly to be, like, some, like, Easter egg side quest with a meaningful reward. How come, Eris? How come? How come I must know? Okay, so we're gonna start at the bottom here. See if I can remember. Sickened, imprisoned, fallen angel. Battle level 2. You must know what this shirt is about? Oh, how interesting of you to ask, Eris. Why, this shirt here, this is a Bit Brigade shirt. Bit Brigade is a rock band that does live speedruns while they play the soundtrack in sync frame for frame with the speedrun. And my band is playing a gig with them next month. How interesting that you would ask. Yeah, Bit Brigade's great. And this particular shirt, these are the Reznors from Super Mario World. They're a boss of some of the forts that you go to sometimes. The rhinos, like, spinning on the little rotating thingy. And you have to knock them all off. But on this shirt, all the Reznors are rocking. The enemies in this level are level 2, so we're hitting them pretty hard here. No, it's not going to be streamed somewhere. Last time we got board audio, mixing board audio, and like phone video, and put the show on YouTube like 3 months later. And we might try to do that again. If the devices and efforts align. But yeah, streaming a concert is incredibly difficult, actually. Because it's so easy for it to sound horrendous. I'm gonna beeline to the bottom of this dungeon, because I don't think there's any reason for me to try and get all these items, because they're probably really, really bad. And I think if there's anything significant about any of these dungeons, it's going to be at the bottom. But for context, this keyword... I'm not even going to open the chests. This keyword that we're using right now was sent to Orca and Balmung by a player named Sieg, who was one of the first players to go into a coma playing the game. And it was sent to them while he was already like in a coma, trapped in the game. And it was just something that popped up on the screen during the OVA. It wasn't something that like the characters went out of their way to like point out to the viewer. This is not like a required thing. This is an oddly expansive dungeon, I will say. Very, very large map. Is there a way I can like expand the map? Trying to figure out which way is the down. Or maybe this is the bottom floor, actually. Yeah, this is the bottom floor. Okay. So it looks like there's a Got statue down this way. Oh, you were looking up like concert videos? Yeah, I mean, official concert videos are super rare. So usually the only concert video that you see is just like somebody in the audience filming with their phone. And that's not going to sound good. And if you like try to professionally record the audio and then sync it up with video later, like there's a lot of ways that that can go wrong. A grunty doll. Not the same as a golden grunty. But still a cool item nonetheless. But yeah, like if you, like when you, so, okay, for people who are not audio people, which is, I think, all of you, except maybe Space Robot Arm, when you go to a live show to see a band perform, and it's a band that, like, plays instruments, like, not like a, this wouldn't apply to, like, a DJ or somebody who just, like, sings to backing tracks, but pretty much anybody else, where there's, like, guitar, bass, drums, keyboards, that kind of stuff, the way that you hear the sound from the audience is that all of those instruments get plugged into a stage box on the stage, which is just a big giant cable, essentially, called a snake. And then that goes to an area called the front of house, which is where the mixing console is, and then the sound engineer is, you know, using that thing that you vaguely probably can picture, going like this, turning knobs and pushing faders or whatever. That engineer is receiving all of those sound sources and putting them on individual channels and then mixing them for the sound system that's in the venue, whether it's a stadium or a bar or anything in between. And they're trying to make it sound good in the room because the sound is coming out of speakers, and they're listening to it through those speakers. And so it's like, oh, that's really resonant. So let's tune that resonant frequency out of the EQ so that it doesn't sound like we're in a bathroom, you know, or whatever. Or, oh, that's really bright, so let's roll off the highs or whatever. And so they change the shape of the sounds and try to equalize the volume as best as they can so that the things that are supposed to be louder are louder, all that kind of stuff. So that's what the mixing engineer is doing at a concert. And then what you can do is you can like plug a device in to a mixing console and say, oh, I want to record the audio from the mixing console. And you can do a lot of cool things there. You can, get a file that has all the channels separated, and then you can, go to your computer and still have them all separated, and then you can do things with them or whatever. But when you're streaming, it's a lot harder. You can't do all that in real time. Like if you record the concert, you get the... Oh, we're in an ad. Dang it. All right. I'll finish this when I get back while we do our snack and soda tasting. BRB.
Start! Finish! Finish!
Okay, I'm back. Let me pause this party here. There we go. All right, so we're going to go over here, and we're going to turn the tunes back on, because we've got some shenanigans to do. We're going to do a snack tasting and a soda tasting before we get back to the game. And I'm going to finish what I was explaining about audio, pro audio, and why it's hard to live stream a concert. Okay, so we explained how live sound works at a concert, right? Everything goes into a mixing console, and then the person at the mixing console is listening to the sound in the space, whatever kind of space it is, right? And then they're mixing and shaping the sound to match that space, right? I'm loving these emotes. And that, the way that they're setting up that mix is very, very particular to that space, right? And so if you local record your board mix, because that's what you would call it, you know, they're at the mixing console, mixing board, and you can like plug in a device like a computer or like a standalone recorder and just say, hey, give me the multi-track. And then you can take that, or you could just put it on an SD card even. And then you can go home and you can put that in your, you know, digital audio workstation like Pro Tools or Reaper or whatever, and you can load up all those stems. You'd have an individual audio file for each track on the mixing console, you know, so you've got your individual drum mics and your guitar and your bass, and it's all separate, and you can like reshape it all in a different way, which is super cool, super fun. That's what you would do if you were recording a concert. Because if you bring all of that into your audio workstation just as it was, as the mixing board captured it, and you just like hit play, it's going to sound like doo-doo. It's going to sound really, really bad. Because the way that you mix that stuff for the room is totally different than how you would mix it for your ears or your speakers at home or whatever. And, you know, every sound system is very different, and then every venue like acoustically is different, because after it hits the mixing console, like that's not the last step in the process. There's a lot of things happening between the mixing console and the speakers. You know, you have power amps, you might have rack effects, and all those things like change the sound before it even comes out of the speaker. And that's why it sounds like so powerful, you know, and there's subwoofers in the room probably to cover the low frequencies, which most people aren't going to have when they're listening to music. Anyways, so when you're live streaming a concert, you basically have to have a second mixing console and mixing engineer, because if you don't, and you just like stick your audio interface, like if I, you know, basically take the line from my microphone and say, okay, I want everybody on the stream to, instead of hearing my microphone, I want them to hear the microphones on the stage. And you just plugged all that in, it would sound so horrendous. It would sound awful. Or if you take the you know, the direct out from the mixing console, and it's like, oh, we'll just take how he's mixing it for the stage and just plug that into the computer. It sounds so bad. I've heard so many concerts streamed that way, and it does not sound good. Why wouldn't the recording sound good coming from the audience in the crowd after all of the mixing has already been done? So the reason why the board mix doesn't sound good when you just drop it into like a recording session is because the board mix is specifically EQ'd and tailored to like the sound system that it's coming out of. And then when you play it at home, it's not coming out of a sound system. It's, you know, you don't like, unless you're listening to it on a bunch of like super high voltage power amps and subwoofers, it's going to sound really, really thin and like weak. It's going to sound like a phone, and you're going to have to reinvigorate those audio tracks to sound like something. Because like in all actuality, like imagine this, Smashy. You can probably imagine this. If you have like your electric guitar and your pedal board and your amp, and you stick a microphone in front of it, and then that microphone goes to your computer, and you know, listen to it in your audio workstation, like that recording doesn't sound like you're playing in a stadium, right? It just sounds like a little tiny guitar amp going into an amp. And if you want it to sound like it's coming out of a stadium, you got to like do some stuff to it, right? Well, if you're playing that same exact guitar rig, same guitar, same person playing it, same size guitar amp, same microphone, you would use all that same stuff to play in a stadium. So why, when you play in that stadium, does it sound different than the exact same setup going into your computer? It's because of the sound system, right? The sound system is amplifying the signal from that microphone to an ungodly level, and it's coming out of all these different speakers of different shapes and sizes and powers and calibers and, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's why it doesn't sound the same. So like the board mix sounds like a little dinky computer mix when you haven't done anything to it yet, because it hasn't reached the sound system yet, and it's expecting the sound system because that's what it was being mixed for, right? So if you want to have a good live stream concert, you have to have two totally independent mixes. You've got the normal guy, person. You have the normal person who is the front of house engineer for the venue, for all the people who are listening in the room, and then also like the stage mix, which is technically a separate mix too. So the regular front of house engineer is actually already doing two mixes. They're doing a room mix and a stage mix because the people playing the instruments need to hear stuff on stage, and they're not listening to the same thing that the audience is listening to. But then you need a separate person who ideally isn't in the room or is in like really, really good headphones to isolate, that is just doing the people at home live stream mix, because they're going to need to add effects to make up for not having a sound system. You know, they're going to add reverb so that it sounds like it's in a space, because it's pretty uncommon to add reverb to like anything other than vocals in a live venue. Like when you're in a stadium and you hear that huge echo and stuff, they're not like adding that. I mean, they might be a little bit, but like most of that's natural. The reason why it sounds big is because it is big. But if you want to make it sound big, like a big concert to the people at home watching the live stream, you're going to have to artificially create that. You're going to have to add reverb, a little bit of delay, you know, and you're going to need to punch up the EQ. You're going to need to punch up the bass so that it sounds like a concert. Because otherwise it's just going to sound like a bunch of close mics on amplifiers, and like the vocals especially. Because I don't know if you've ever like plugged a microphone directly into your computer and just sang into it and listened to like the dry signal. That don't sound like a concert. Let me tell you, you got to do some stuff to that to colorate it. So yeah, live concert streaming is an audio nightmare, is what I'm trying to say here. And it takes a lot of extra tech that is usually never present. Tech and personnel that is not usually present at a specific concert. And a lot of people will think, oh, well, I'll just stick my phone up there to stream the concert. Or I'll just take the board out and plug it into my laptop interface, and we've got a sweet audio mix. No, you don't. You don't. And it's better than nothing. If that's all you can do, that's all you can do. But usually the best solution for streaming a concert is to just hook up room mics. Just try to record the sound of the room. Like go to the back of the venue or like the middle of the venue, ideally right in front of the front of house, stick 2 little XY microphones like right on top of the mixing console. So you're basically in the focal point that the engineer is listening to, and then send that to your laptop. And that's usually pretty okay. Or if you have a really, really good phone mic, maybe you can get away with that, depending on the type of music. Because if the concert's super loud, your phone mic is going to get not much, but... What's up, Lobstore? How you doing? You've made the same speech several times at your church? Oh my God. Trying to explain pro audio to church people is a completely separate issue from trying to explain pro audio to literally anyone else. There's something really special about people who work in churches just kind of always assuming that there's like a really easy copy-paste solution for just about anything. Gene, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? We're just yapping a little bit here. We're about to do a snack and soda tasting, so y'all came in at a great time. Welcome in, Raiders. We are playing an RPG today. We're just taking a little break for a sec to do some shenanigans. I was soapboxing about pro audio a little bit because I have a concert coming up next month. And Eris innocently was like, oh, well, this actually isn't what Eris said, but, brought up the idea of like, oh, is the concert going to be streamed? And I was like, no, and here's why. Because we can't. We can't do it up to snuff is basically the short answer. Some Stardew Valley, nice. A true raid and run, no worries. Go pick up that kiddo. Thank you for dropping off the Raider kiddos at Backlog Boys Daycare. Everyone's welcome here. Yeah, we just did a little bit of learning time. Now we're going to learn about craft soda that I've never tasted before. And I need to pick out a snack. What are we going to have? I think we're going to have some gummies today. I'm going to do the soda first, though. Yo, Nalani, welcome in. How are you? Nice to see you. Is me talking about pro audio just summoning other musicians? I should talk about pro audio more often. You're just in time for a soda tasting. Your kiddo might be amongst the Raiders. That's awesome. Love that. Let me switch to the roaming mic here. Get ready to come up to the camera and tell you about this soda. You came along with Gene. Awesome. Thank you so much, Nalani. It's great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. We are going to taste a soda I've never tasted before, never even heard of before, called Dr. Enough. And Enough is spelled E-N-U-F. Major vibes coming off of this. The original energy booster, it says. The green bottle with clear liquid, and then the fact that it's caffeinated is sending me down like a Mountain Dew kind of mental lane. So I'm kind of expecting this to be like a citrus, lemon lime type of situation. but it doesn't actually say what it's supposed to taste like. The ingredients list doesn't give anything away. We know there's caffeine, we know there's a couple of B vitamins in here, but other than that, natural and artificial flavors, citric acid. So, but it's rich in vitamins, yeah. Drink up, kids. Get your caffeine, most important vitamin of the day. Screw top bottle also is very rare in craft soda land. So this is resealable if you don't want to drink it all in one sitting. Great for the olds. Always appreciated. Sometimes you want to save a little bit for later, you know? Well, I'm about to get 220% of my RDV for vitamin B1. Gonna assume there's no problem with that. And 45 grams of sugar. The plastic screw top is also weirdly nostalgic because it reminds me of like drinking soda as a kid out of like, you know, gas station 20-ounce bottles, which I don't do anymore because I'm a snob. Ooh, okay. So this is some kind of lemon lime situation, but it has that like real lime kind of smell, which I'm a big fan of. If you don't know what that is, I don't know how else to explain it to you. It's a very specific lime smell and flavor. But it's like the stuff that you keep in the fridge door, especially if you live in the South US, that's just like lime juice, and you squirt it in stuff that you want to add lime to. Real TM, yeah, exactly. So it smells kind of like that, so I'm assuming it's going to taste like it. Vaguely reminiscent of the Bundaberg Lemon Lime and Bitters, which is one of my favorite sodas of all time. Definitely top 5. Okay. It's very minerally, actually. I do taste a little bit of that lime flavor, but it's sweeter than I expected. It's not like ridiculously sweet, but the smell made me think that it was going to be more tart, because it's a very tart smell, and real lime is like extremely tart because it's kind of like a concentrate. All in all, it's actually pretty neutral. It doesn't taste like 45 grams of sugar, that's for sure. It kind of reminds me of, like, you know when they have like a cola or a clear soda, and then they were like, oh, we added ginseng, look out, you know, or oh, this one's got guarana. It kind of tastes like that to me. There's just like an extra little note of that like herbal, bitter zest. It's not super carbonated either. But yeah, there's a lot of, there's more sensation than flavor, almost. Like, it's sweet because there's sugar in it, but as far as like the specificity of the flavor, there's like a little bit of lime and a little bit of just like a citric acid flavor, not even like lemon. And then there's like the fragrance of the kind of like real lime aromatic bitters kind of vibe. But yeah, it's the vitamins. Like I'm tasting the vitamins, which is interesting because those are minerals. It's good though. The packaging is very like Fallout, BioShock, old-timey kind of energy. It's good. It's good. It tastes like, it does not taste like Mountain Dew, which is good for me. I don't like Mountain Dew. It's definitely closer to like Sprite or 7-Up even, because it's a little more tame. It's pretty good. It doesn't say how much caffeine is in here, so I'm assuming it's not very much. Usually it's like, you know, 40, 45 milligrams or something like that. I think if it's less than like 80 or 100, they don't have to tell you. They don't have to tell you. They have to tell you it's in there, but they don't have to tell you how much. And then I think if it's over that, they have to tell you how much. Something like that. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. It doesn't taste exactly like anything that I've had before, so that was novel. Now we're gonna taste some gummies. And if you know gummies or like gummies, and you don't know the brand Albanese, you're doing yourself a disservice. Because in my opinion, these are the best, like, mass-produced, find them just about anywhere gummies. And these are the True to Fruit American Favorite Fruits. And there are a lot of flavors in here. I mean, a lot. We went to their factory store. Whoa, Halo Killer, that's awesome. In Merrillville, Indiana. So we have had another variety of these bears, and I have them right here. These are the exotic fruits, which ironically are the ones that we had first. And these are phenomenally delicious. Really, really good. Some of the best, actually definitely the best gummy bears I've ever had. So this has a lot to live up to flavor-wise, but the texture of these is just like so phenomenal. I don't like the gummies that like fight back. I like the super soft ones that kind of give way and dissolve a little bit quickly and are very toothsome, if you will. And Albanese nails that for me. They also feel more like food than other gummies, even though they're barely food. It's mostly just corn syrup and gelatin here, and then we're just kind of having fun after that with colors and flavors. But listen to these flavors that we're about to try. Listen to how many. Bing cherry, white peach, strawberry, Concord grape, banana, mandarin orange, watermelon, honey crisp apple, red raspberry, and blueberry. So we have 10 flavors in this little bag. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Obviously I'm worried about banana. We're all worried about banana. Let's address the banana in the room. But every single one of the rest of these sounds great. Maybe not the grape. You know, I'm not big on grape. But I'm starting to carve out a place for it in my heart of hearts. You always imagined caffeine as a yellow powder. Interesting, Smashy. I guess I usually think of especially as a kid, I think I thought of it as a white powder. Yellow is funny. You're only one state over, so it wasn't a huge drive. That's cool that you even like thought to do that, Halo Killer, like, and that you like found out that it was a real place that you could go to. What's also impressive about these is that they're not all melted and stuck together, because usually when gummies are this soft, it's kind of inevitable. You normally don't buy this company because they're very pricey. Yeah, this is a $6 bag of gummy bears, so however that makes you feel. But it was bought from a specialty shop, so it's probably like $1 less if you got it from like a Target or a Trader Joe's or place like that, if you find it there. You don't like the gummies that fight back or cause an uprising? Yeah, hopefully no uprisings today. So I'm gonna do my best here to identify one of each, because I wanna try each flavor. But this can get a little bit difficult sometimes because a lot of the colors can look really similar. But sometimes my nose can carry me the rest of the way. Like, these two colors are so close together, but they're not the same. But it always seems to be there's like 3 or 4 that are like dark red, and it's like, all right, how am I gonna freaking? Okay, those are all the same. Okay, there's the blue one. That's easy to pick out. We don't have the yellow one yet, which I assume is the banana. Okay, there's the orangish one. Oh, it looks like there's gonna be 2 orangish or yellow ones. There's the yellow. The yella. Yella. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think these 2 are the same. Sorry, I know y'all can't see this. Here, let's do this. Do I have the notes cam on here? Here, let me add the notes cam really quick. And I'll just put them up here on the notes camera so you can see them. Whoa, look at that. Okay. So, here we go. It's gonna be hard to tell for you guys. These are both blue, actually, so I need to find the green one. That one's the same. Here's the purple. We got orange, yellow, pink, darker pink, good old red. This is a darker red. See? It's always the red ones. Okay. And then okay, the green one has got to stick out. We got to find a green one. Is this a green one? There's the green one. So similar to the blue. In fact, y'all probably can't even tell the difference, but I can just barely tell the difference. Time to squash them with your teeth. Yes, that is what I'm going to do. That is a strange description of chewing. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're still missing one. It looks like there's one more that's like in between orange and yellow that I need to find. So let's make some comparisons here. Is it this guy? No. It's not that guy. No. Oh, is it this guy? No. All right, well, either that color's not here or they're just so similar that I'm gonna have to test the difference. Lick them and put it back. Unhinged. Ooh, that smells great. That smells like mandarin orange. That's definitely orange. What is this one? That doesn't smell like banana. That must be the white peach. Is this the banana? No, that's the same one. The banana one's gonna go off like a landmine. I guess it's possible that there's no banana in here. That would be the perfect flavor to not be included. All right. Look at this beautiful rainbow of bears here. Happy Pride, everybody. Here, let me get them in a nice little order as well. We're gonna go like this. Boom. From blue to pink is how our spectrum is gonna go. Not exactly the pride flag, but. Okay, and we're gonna go in this direction. Gummy time. Only one letter off from tummy time. What's up, Poop? How are you? Okay, so this blue one here, I'm assuming is blueberry. So we'll start there. So soft. Definitely tastes like blueberry. Tastes like blueberry candy, not like real blueberries. Ooh, got a little tart at the end there. That was fun. This green one, I feel like the green one is probably watermelon. There's so many other red things in here and pink things. I don't know what else this green one would be. Because Honeycrisp apples aren't green. Well, and the purple one is probably Concord grape. So let's try this green one here. Ooh. That's good. So it is the watermelon one, but that's different. That is different in a really nice way. Wow. Okay, watermelon flavored stuff is often a toss-up because it usually either tastes like watermelon bubblegum, which can work, or it tastes like a fart because they're like, oh, it's natural watermelon flavor, which just doesn't work for some reason. But that actually tastes like a nice, it's just like a little bit left of center from like a watermelon Jolly Rancher. But it was very unique. I liked that a lot. Okay, next up we have this goldenish one here, which I assume is white peach, unless this is the banana landmine. Can't be banana, but I'm struggling to find it. There it is. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, the peach. That is great. That's super yummy. I love peach flavored candy. It doesn't taste like real peaches, but I just love that flavor. Okay, orange one, gotta be mandarin orange. Oh, that's so good. Wow, I could eat 50 of those. Oh my goodness. You had peach flavored Dimetapp? What? Why did they make peach flavored Dimetapp? That's wild, Eris. Unruined? Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. My Dimetapp was grape, and I just always assumed that Dimetapp only came in grape. Shout out Dimetapp. Oh, I like it because it wasn't ruined by Dimetapp. Okay, I see. Grape is, yeah, the reason why I don't like grape is because I had grape medicine growing up. It wasn't just Dimetapp though. We had grape Tylenol and grape whatever else. That mandarin orange one was so good. Holy crap. Okay, now we're getting into the reds here. So we've got Bing cherry, strawberry, red raspberry, Honeycrisp apple, all kind of up for grabs here. Let's see if we can pick it out. This is like a light red. Welcome in, Vashi. Put it in espresso. Dimetapp's selling point was that it was grape. Man, that really puts it in perspective, doesn't it? Oh, Smashy was an enjoyer of the Dimetapp. Interesting. Ooh, that's really good. It's very tart. Tastes a lot like red Jell-O. I'm gonna assume that was supposed to be the Bing cherry, but it might have been strawberry. Tough to tell. I don't think it was raspberry. Let's try this dark red one here. See if we can get some clarity. What's up, Manu? Welcome in. Everybody's coming in for snack time. This one's very chill. I think that one was strawberry. That one was strawberry. The Bing cherry one was before it, and it was better. Okay, let's do the purple bear here. This has got to be Concord grape, the Dimetap bear. Yep. Still pretty good. Just like kind of one of my least favorite artificial candy flavors because of childhood medicine. Pretty solid though, honestly. Okay, now we have two pink ones. We have a dark pink one and a light pink one. We're assuming that these are red raspberry and Honeycrisp apple. Here's the dark pink, which could have been watermelon, but the green one was watermelon. That's nice, it tastes familiar. I'm gonna assume that this is the red raspberry. Very good. Similar to the strawberry one, but sweet, more sour, which I prefer. Strawberry stuff is oftentimes too sweet. I like a sour strawberry. So this should be Honeycrisp apple that we're ending on here. Oh, that's so good. Wow. Love that flavor. Tastes more like an Asian pear than an apple, but I'm down to clown with that flavor. So very, very good. That one and the mandarin were definitely the best two. But honestly, strong showing from the Bing cherry, and the watermelon was really interesting. Also, shout out just not including the banana one. Shout out. These are so good. I'm not gonna have any more right now, but later when no one's looking, I will. So thank you for joining me on this snack and soda sojourn. Thank you for the wheel spins earlier to unlock them. Maybe there is still a banana landmine hanging out in there somewhere. I'm gonna have one more sip of this Dr. Enough. Yeah, Asian pears are great. Big fan. This is a very interesting soda. It's surprisingly adult. I don't think children would like this drink. All right, we'll switch back to the regular mic and turn off the tunes, and we're gonna get back to dot hack here. Oh, hey, Notes Cam. It doesn't look very appealing. I feel like it looks a lot more appealing than it might taste. Like, I feel like a kid would see this and be like, oh, cool, it's Sprite, it's Mountain Dew. Cool. I mean, I guess it doesn't have like a, wow, zonkers kind of label, but like, it says something. It gives you an indication of what it is. But it's a bit of a lead on, I would say. Okay, so we are in the process of trying out this keyword that we got from the OVA. We went to it in Delta server. We were able to get to the bottom of the dungeon in like 90 seconds. We got an item. I don't think it was significant. But we're gonna try this same keyword combo in all the servers and see if we find anything significant. Maybe we'll find something like a protected area. That would be like the most obvious flag for me, is if one of them was, needed to be hacked into. All this gear that I found in that dungeon is really low level, so I'm gonna sell any equipment that I find. The level 1 Twin Blades equipment, how cute. I'm gonna put the Grunty doll in storage though. Oh, that's the magic shop. This is the root town that you see the most in Sign, which is interesting because it's not the first one. Well, I guess, I don't know, you see this one and the first one pretty evenly. But this is the one where Mimiru is always hanging out and meeting up with Bear and BT. And then Subaru hangs out, like, her post is in the first server, which makes sense because she's like the chief of police, basically. And the cops are hanging out in the first server because that's where all, like, the new players are. The mods. All the mods hanging out, ready to pounce. Okay. Inventory liquidated. Let's do this one. So we have... Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen Angel. Level 16. What's Roggenrola doing in Server 1? Nice callback. Take it to the magic shop. I'm still holding down the fort, Manu. The lady will be back tomorrow. Finally. She gets back tomorrow afternoon. We're all looking forward to it. I'm not going to bother going up to that spring because it's going to be too low level to do it. Or wait, no. I do want to go to this spring because if I throw in something that is high level, I can get another silver axe. We're trying to farm silver axes for some trades. So if the equipment is above his pay grade, he should give it back to me and give me a gold axe and a silver axe. One interesting detail, though, is so far, every time we've come to this keyword combination, it's raining. Which is not like a super common combination. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, I don't have the stuff that I want to throw in. Okay, hold on. Sorry, this is annoying, but I'm going to gate out and go back to storage to grab the two things that I want to throw in. And in case something wonky happens, we did save before this. In fact, I'll probably just save again for ease. Ease 6, Ark of Nepishtim. I gotta go back over here. And grab some blades. We want the Nil and Despair and the two together. They should both be too high level, but just in case he can do something. Oh, I forgot to save again. Whatever. We have two of these. Just in case he can do something with this one, I'll throw in the lower level one. Really? Turn around and they're not even alive. Status ailments? Let's go! That was really funny how those two went together. That wasn't supposed to happen like that. Our Roggenrola isn't a Roggenrola anymore, by the way, Manu. I forgot that the evolution level for Roggenrola and Timpole are both 25, which was our current level cap. So it just so happened that right when I hit level cap while grinding off stream, they both evolved. So this guy should just be like, I'm out of my depth. Here you go.
Just what
Yeah, okay.
in
So he's like, yeah, I can't do anything with this.
till
Here's your thing back. Also have a gold axe and a solar axe. Perfect. But you can only use each spring once. So we can't exploit that. We can't, like, leave and then do this again. I like how these guys are, like, the enemies that we usually data drain other enemies into. They just, like, fall over. So our goal here is to just beeline to the bottom of the dungeon, skip all the chests, skip as many fights as possible, just to make sure that there's not anything special at the bottom of these. Sieg was presumably a high-level player, so I don't think it's going to be in any of these early servers. Oh, interesting. The layout is identical to the one on Delta server. Do dungeons with the same keywords have the same layout on every server? Palpitoad is a very goofy little guy. It's true. One of the goofiest little guys I've ever seen, actually. He looks very self-conscious about his bumpiness. Yeah, this looks like the exact same layout. Interesting. That may be an important tidbit of information that we hold on to. Whoa, something that took 2 hits. Watch out. Oh, not this time. 1 EXP. Pog. Lightning bolt. Alright, got statue, what you got? Haha, get it. Okay, Mage's Soul. You know what? Not terrible. I'll take a Mage's Soul. It's basically an ether. Alright. And Sprite Ocarina. His bean-like structure. To have bean-like structure. That would really be something. I think I still have tea left, and I left my tea mug downstairs. So here I am drinking Dr. Enough. 10 minutes until the next ad break. Reminder that this is going to be the extended break of the day. This should be the very last one of these that we have to do for the foreseeable future. So we can take solace in that. But I'll have to step away for about 20 to 25 minutes to feed the little man his soup. And I might grab a little snack myself. We'll have Mario Party running, so you can hang out and watch that if you want. I'll be in the chat as BB Austin. What's up, Mozzie? How are you? Are you aware that sharks are older than grass? You know, I had never really considered the relationship between those two specific things, but that does make sense. That is a very interesting statistic. We're going to store this and this. And I'll hang on to the other 2 daggers in case we run into more springs. I'm not bothering to save, which is a little bit reckless. Maybe the next one I will. Because I feel like the quote-unquote real one is probably going to be in Sigma or Omega server. And this will be probably the last one that's like a joke. Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen Angel. But yeah, level 32. I would imagine just sharks in general. I mean, sharks are older than a lot of things. Pretty early life form. Okay, well, we got another spring. These little guys, they're just like little people. Like us. It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator. Why is that Palpitoad? That's so random. Y'all go ahead. I'm making a beeline for the spring. So yeah, there seems to be a consistent theme where this keyword configuration has rain, a spring, and the same dungeon layout. Oh, Palpatine. Got it.
That's just what the go in. Till now.
It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator. Alright, another silver axe for our collection. Oh, I hear a large creature. Oh, hello. The Great Sled Dog. Alright, I was hoping we might be able to make it to the bottom of this one before the ad kicked in, but we're not going to be fast enough, I don't think. Twitch just apparently doesn't think that I deserve snoozes anymore. I just don't ever get snoozes anymore. It always just says you have 0. I don't understand why. What did I do? What did I do? And it predates the accidental nudity, so it's not that. For context, not me. Or any human. In case anyone was like, what? There was some cheeky lewd stuff in the 4th OVA that we watched before we started this. No, there's actually no World Cup stuff here, Manu, surprisingly. It's only Dallas and Houston, as far as I know. So I'm far enough away from the downtown area where if it was going on here, I probably wouldn't be able to tell, but it's not happening here anyways. I was kind of surprised because there is a soccer team here, but the stadium's probably really small, and that's probably why. Or maybe because there's only one. I don't know. Dallas and Houston are much, much larger cities. Yo, what's up, Gooby? Alright, we're just barely not going to make it to the bottom of this one before the ad kicks in, so I'm just going to pause here for a sec. We'll continue this process when I come back, but this is going to be a 20 to 25 minute break of CPU versus CPU Mario Party while I feed the little guy. I'll see y'all in about that amount of time. I'll be in the chat as BB Austin if you want to talk about anything. Sure, go ahead, Gooby, knock yourself out. You just might not be pleased with the results. All right, see y'all in a little bit. Thanks for being here.
Finish! Finish! Start! Finish! Finish! Start! Finish! Miss. Start. Finish. Start. Finish. Yeah. Start. Finish. Ready? Go! Miss! Start! Finish! Finish!
Okay, I'm back. That was pretty quick. I'm just eating a little bar. Having a little bar moment here. I heard the last 5 turns event music play.
Finish!
Thank you, Vlad. Yeah, I thought the little guy might have more of an appetite today because he's been up longer and, you know, went to the doctor and got shots. But it seemed to be the opposite. He ate a lot less than usual. So, I think he's just still tired. But he's a lot happier than he was earlier. He was pissed. Okay. Bing bong. Let's go back to the dungeon. Hello. So we're on our way to the bottom of the last trivial, most likely trivial, version of this keyword combination. But we're really hoping that one of these permutations is going to be significant. Oops. I just mashed the button. That was silly of me. Bone armor, silver scarab, and a mage's soul. That's pretty solid. Not the bone armor. That's going to get sold immediately. But everything else, not a terrible grab. So I'll definitely want to save before we go into the next one, because all that's left now is to try this combination on Sigma server and Omega server. And these will be at or above our current level. Most likely. This is exciting though. I'm putting a lot of stock in this theory. I feel like they wouldn't like flippantly arbitrarily put keywords into the OVAs. You know, if there's anything that this franchise has taught me about itself, it's that we should, like, kind of assume that everything is significant in some way or another. So, I'm inclined to believe that something's gonna happen. And it's probably gonna be on the next one, or the one after. But I feel like something's telling me it's gonna be the Sigma server one. Because we know Sieg was a high-level player, but this Omega server is kind of like special, or like the real Omega server doesn't work, and we have to use like a mirror server created by Helba, which feels like it happened after the, you know, network crisis incidents. So I think it's going to be the Sigma one, but we'll see. I do have to prepare myself for the fact that it might legitimately just be nothing. Okay, we need to sell down here. We got a bunch of junk. This is junk. This is junk. Let's sell all the level 1 scrolls. Those are the only two? Alright, 33 is fine. Ooh, a little bit of lag there. Okay. And then I guess I'll save when I get to Sigma. And this will be slot 2. So cross your fingers, folks. Cross your fingers that we find something cool here. It could also be a thing where, like, I don't know how this game would handle it, where maybe there's going to be, like, a side quest at some point that points to these Easter egg coordinates, and if you go there before you've activated the quest, it is a generic area, and the cool thing that's going to happen later doesn't happen ahead of time. I'll just call this more OVA keywords. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen angel. Okay, not protected. It's raining, and there's a spring. Let's go this way to the spring, actually. Closer to the dungeon. Now this one we might actually have something happen if we throw in the two together. Because it's level 54, and this area is like, what, 52? Oh, it's exactly 54. Okay, so we might be able to do something with this one. But either outcome, we'll be happy with. Let's see. Oh, 51, excuse me. But I don't know how rares throw it off.
Did you? What? That's just...
Okay, yeah, this one's still way out of his league.
Till...
So, more silver axes for our collection. I think we're up to 8 now. So we're getting close to 10, which means we could get one of those items that we want from Tim. Amazing name. Oh, hello, Dragonfly. I don't remember... I was trying to remember, like, the full context of Sieg's message. I'd have to go back and scrub the OVA to find it. All I remember is that it was a message that Sieg sent to Orca and Balmung. And yeah, all of these have exactly the same layout, which is interesting. Oh no, maidens. The bane of our existence. If nothing happens when we go to the Omega one, I'm gonna have to hold out hope that we're at some point gonna get access to the real Omega server, and something will happen if we go there. Also, the next one is bound to be pretty high level. We're kind of already at the point where I probably shouldn't be playing super flippantly. And I guess I also have to assume that if something significant was going to happen, it wouldn't be related to completely full clearing the dungeon or a specific encounter portal that's like a boss. Alright, I'll do some healies. Take care of this. You guys have absurdly high evade, apparently. I never noticed that Black Rose's sword had like a green cursor trail on it. It's kind of cool. Maybe that was a specific skill that she was using. Oh, there is a maiden. Get the maiden. Go for the maiden. Get her. Freeze her. She's the worst. The Fool. Two maidens? No, one maiden. Okay. Well, all that's left now is Omega. So we will go there and offload and check it out. And if it's nothing, it's nothing. So be it. Okay. Actually, we'll just do this at Omega because I hate navigating this route town so much. Okay. Storage. For you. And for you, we have 10 golden axes, but only 8 silver. We need 10 silver for one of Tim's items, and he has 3 that we would like to get. Okay, goodbye Raikomaru, goodbye Ocean Gloves, and any level 1, or actually anything below level 3 we'll just get rid of. The status scrolls I'm inclined to just keep because we just keep picking them up all the time. We don't really need them, but we just keep picking them up. They're constantly going to be in there. They're just kind of constantly going to be there. Okay, here we go. Sickened. Oh, I should save. Sorry. Teasing. One more save. I can use the same save slot. Number 2. Here we go. For real this time. Sickened. Imprisoned. Fallen Angel. Level 78. So it's above our level. Not protected. What are we fighting? Dragonflies? I need to switch to Sora. Yeah. These things are quite pesky. And death is going to be helpful. Let's also take this. I want to get buffs out and on, but I don't want to try to do it while we're fighting. Dang it, Balmung. Dang your water. And these things have quite a bit of HP. Come on now. Oh, Balmung's gonna try to kill me. Maybe that's poison. Okay, everybody stand still. Then do buffs. Don't set off any more portals. Balmung's still poisoned. Hold on, my dude, I'm getting to you. I'm getting to you. Okay, and I'll wait until we get into the dungeon to put Corv on, because we're not actually going to fight anything out here. Oh, wrong one. The one time we can actually use an antidote. And I misclick. We're going to run away from everything out here. And tell them to not fight. We just want to hit this spring. Surprised I've never played an RPG that uses this exact way to do encounters. Like, there are true random encounters where you get pulled to a separate battle screen, and then there are like, see the enemies on the field, and then you either battle them on the field or you get pulled to a separate screen after you interact with them on the field. But I've never played another game where there's like a thing where it's like, hey, this is a battle. If you come over here, there's a battle, but you don't know what the enemy is until you get close to it. It's actually a pretty solid system. Now this one, because this is Omega server, there is a chance that it might actually be able to turn this item into something. So I'm going to throw in this one and see what it does. Rune Factory sort of does that? Interesting.
Did you lose a... What?
Let's see what you do with this.
Let's see. Just put the...
Okay, too high level for you. We got to figure out how to find Grandpa. He's the orange one. Okay. Now we just got to hoof it back to the dungeon. Now this dungeon we might want to full clear just for experience, because we're trying to get up to level 85. And then pretty sure the next thing that we're going to do is fight a boss. Unless we're going to go on another wild goose chase, like we did the last time we thought we were going to fight a boss. But if there's 3 more cursed waves, it would make sense for one of them to be pretty close to the beginning of the game. So I feel like we're due to fight wave 6. Nice. And in... There are portals to the realm where the monsters come from, so you're destroying the portal. Stops the spawning. Okay. Sure. Fairy Orb. Okay, this was the first one to have a different layout. That seems very significant. That seems like the most significant thing we've seen so far. They've all had different, like, monsters, so nothing surprising there. This one has different monsters. And I'm going to switch to Death for this one, for speed. And I'm going to take every chest. Wonder if I should start, like, using speed charms, like, all the time, like I do with my buffs. Because if I used a speed charm all the time, theoretically, I wouldn't have to use my buffs as much. You know, because I would spend less time, like, running to chests and objects and doors and whatever. So, maybe that's what I should do. Because they're not that expensive. And they last way longer than the other buffs do. So, like, we could reasonably get through a full clear of a dungeon on, you know, 6 or 9 speed charms. And actually, you could maybe get away with only using the speed charm on Kite. Actually, I should have kept that sports drink. That's a pretty good item. Need to get rid of some other stuff. We're already at full items, and we're on the first floor. Hopefully there's only 2 floors. Okay, let's drop this singular status scroll for the sports drink. Yeah, because we're getting a whole bunch of them. Luckily, grunty food is a key item, so we don't have to worry about that. And I guess the next move would be to drop all of the status scrolls. And then we could just start throwing those away. Yeah, I think the speed charm might be the move. And I can just use it on Kite because my characters don't need to catch up to me when I, like, load into the next room. They're going to automatically be there. So this theoretically extends the length of my buffs. I'm assuming Thunderbolt is a spell, but it might be a weapon. Like, yeah, it's nice to have them move faster in battle. Oh, there's data bugs here, too. Okay, this is boding very well that we're gonna find something in this dungeon. This is exciting. Oh, you just instantly killed me. Okay. Yep, I'm surprised as you are. Switch back to attacks. And then I'm gonna give myself a Mage's Soul. I'm gonna go ahead and hit First Aid. This guy hasn't hit Protect Break yet? Kind of surprising. Unless I missed it. He's almost at like half health. Let me just check. Yeah, no? There it is. Whoa. Oh, okay, sorry. Let's get rid of this. We'll just start dropping status scrolls. Iron Ball Mania. What a name. Oh, we lost like all of our buffs on the data drain. Maybe that's just coincidence. It's gotta be. Okay, let's take a moment to put everything back on. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited for whatever's in this dungeon. What was Sieg trying to tell Balmung and Orca about? What cool optional thing are we gonna find? Is it gonna be a great item? Is it gonna be missable lore? Is it gonna be both? Is it gonna be Sieg? Are we gonna get like a character? There's nothing in this dungeon, you should turn back. Alright, Ricky, thanks for letting me know. And then I need this. Okay. Back to Sora's. Plasma Gale. A lot of them spears. Haven't looked to see if it's any good, but if it's not, we'll get some cash. Nope. I want the chest, Balmung. You're cool and all, but... You dummy. Why does Balmung have to be so water focused? Woo. Why can't we have Elk back? I want Elk back so bad. Stop missing! What the heck? That's crazy. Missed like 15 times in a row. My dude was at 1 HP. Nah, we don't need the death. Gonna let that go. Okay, this is a cursed chest. Don't mash. Another spear. Okay, will floor 2 be the bottom floor? The layout is different, but will it be the same number of floors? That is our new question. Nope, there are more than 2 floors. Oh man. find... Oh, I see what's going on here. Okay. Let me clear out all these rooms first. And then... a bunch of buffs are, like, about to run out, so... It's gonna be 2 potions. That would be... really funny. Honestly. I would be stunned. Like, I don't really know what I'm hoping for here, but I just want to feel like I caught on to something. And that I'm right to assume the significance. I'm gonna stay behind this guy. Ow! So he's hitting us with death, I think. I don't think my death actually works on him because he's a data bug. There's the protect break. Let's see if we can get a rare off of him. Made in Heaven? That sounds fancy. And he's gone. Love the feeling of being onto something, especially in a puzzle game? Yeah, absolutely. That eureka moment. Not Sprite Ocarina. That was close. Almost a absent-minded blunder. Made in Heaven is a level 81 rare heavy blade. Woo! Look at this thing. Skill drain, fantastic ability. 8 magical attack is so much for a sword. And then 35 attack power. What does Black Rose have on right now? 29 with life drain. But it's -5 accuracy, right? On the new one? Yeah. So our accuracy would be a little bit down, which is unfortunate, but ultimately definitely worth it. And we literally can't use this, so it makes sense for us to give this to her. And we get to see what it looks like.
You sure I can really have this?
Oh, that looks pretty sweet. Weird shape. Has like axe blades coming out of the middle of it. Okay, we've got some buffs to recharge. This will also be nice because in the event that clearing the dungeon actually matters, we'll have done it. But I'm assuming that we don't need to clear the dungeon in order to get whatever the special reward of coming here would be. I'm just doing it for the experience. But we'll have our bases covered, is what I'm trying to say. Sounds like he's saying "of course" with a really weird affectation. Okay. I'll switch back to Sora's Blades, but if it's a data bug, I'll switch back to, Oh, and my speed charm ran out. Let's do another speed charm. If it's a data bug, I'll switch back to the slightly more powerful daggers. And it's a data bug. Dragon and Tiger. That's what it is. Well, apparently I'm drawing aggro. Not sure how that works. I'm with 2 armored characters, but okay. Now I'm locked into a spell and I'm dead. Lost all my buffs. These guys suck, they're annoying. Oh, about to get murdered again. I died and instantly got brought back. Kind of funny. Okay, there's the Protect Break. Oh, I have no SP. Regular data drain for you. Kiki and Lala. We've seen that one before. We'll sell it. Nice death. That wasn't me. That must have been Balmung. I think Balmung has death too. Which is awesome. It would be so great to have it on all 3 party members. I'm assuming all 4 of these rooms are going to be these guys, so I'm not even going to bother with the buffs because it's so easy for me to die. My speed charm ran out. Oh, because I died. Okay, here comes me dying. I'm just going to click first aid now. Whenever he locks me into that double axe handle animation, we know it's over. There's Black Rose. This is one of them, just make sure all 3 of your characters don't die at once fights. Okay, can we switch to attacks? Okay, cool. I don't know why the other ones took so long to protect Brit. That's really bizarre. Another Kiki and Lala. Oh, he can protect break a second time. Wow. I guess that makes sense. All data bugs can do that. Because every enemy can protect break. And the data bugs have like an extra layer. And it's time for another ad break. Last one of the day, in fact. So I'm going to step away for a few minutes. And then we'll come back and finish this dungeon. And see what we can get up to after that. Be right back, folks. Thanks for being here.
Finish! Finish!
Wow, we actually get to see the end of the party. This never happens. I'll let it play out. I didn't even see what like the final scores were, so I really don't know who's gonna win here. Luigi's got 2 bonuses, so... Oh, 3 bonuses? Okay, if Luigi doesn't win this, he is the Luigi that we all know him to be. Welcome back from ads, folks. The ads party is actually ending. Wow, Wario won? How many board stars did he have? Jesus Christ. Oh, I didn't even realize we hit a sub goal today, y'all. Wow. So we've unlocked a bonus stream. That's exciting. It won't be this Sunday, with certainty, because it's always supposed to be the following Sunday that the goal is met, but I'll need y'all to stand by. I don't know when the lady is going to be up to a bonus stream. I don't know if she's going to want to do a bonus stream next Sunday. I'll talk to her about it at an appropriate time after she's been back for a little bit. Suffice it to say, that's not the first question I'm going to ask her when she gets in the car from the airport tomorrow. We got a lot of other stuff to go through before we make it to that point. But you will get your bonus stream at some point in the future. We will return with our point and click first playthrough of what are we playing? Locomotive. Great game. All right, well, that's perfect. That was the last ad break of the day, so we don't need to do anything. I don't need to set up another party because there won't be any more ads. I wish I could set up the Mario Party in such a way where that would always happen, and we could see the resolution during the last ad break of the day. But there's no way I can contrive it in such a way. But anyways, if you were stuck in the ads and didn't hear, or whatever, we unlocked a sub goal today. I didn't even realize it until just now. Thank you all for the support. Which means there will be a Sunday sub goal bonus stream on the horizon, where the lady will join me and we will continue our first playthrough of our current point and click game, which is Locomotive. Normally that would happen next Sunday, being unlocked this week. But I don't know if the lady's going to be up to it next week, or even the week after that. We'll just have to see. I'll let y'all know, but it won't be forgotten. And if more sub goals are met in the meantime, we will stack up multiple streams. We would love to stream 2 weeks in a row. For y'all. So just stay tuned. I post an update every Monday with the schedule for the week, and that's when I would definitively announce if there was or was not going to be a point and click stream. Alright, we've cleared the floor. I'll go ahead and put the buffs back on now. Wait, I need 3 more SP. There we go. This will take a second. Aptorv? What do I have equipped? Oh, that's right. Dragon and Tiger has Aptorv. Alright, I don't know how many floors there are going to be. there's definitely going to be more battles. So we'll put everything back on. Oh, and Black Rose doesn't have Torv anymore, so we're going to have to do that one. Her previous sword had Torv, and her new awesome sword that we just gave her doesn't. Because it's got raw power. So I guess I'm the buff person, the buff sheriff, the buff bouncer. They're commonly buff, that makes sense. The buffer. I'm the buffer. Okay, and then Corv. I have so many stinking daggers on me right now. And I'm gonna speed charm again, as well. Wonder if there's like a hidden, like, Omni boost. Oh wait, Kiki and Lala has higher attack? How did I not realize that? Huh. Weird. Okay. Life Drain and App Torv is worth the difference here. Plus the magic attack difference is actually pretty substantial. 5 points is a lot to lose. Oh, interesting. 2 together puts us up a ton on magic. That's important to remember if we have to use magic on something, to switch to that. Okay, so Kiki and Lala is not it, but it's better than I thought it was. I guess is the takeaway there. Back to Sora's Blades for death. Oh yeah, speed charm. But only for Kite. Because we just need to get to doors fast. I don't need a Fox Crest. It's fine. I guess I should have dropped a status scroll instead. Okay, this is probably the final floor. Oh, maybe not. Oop, I almost mashed into that. That was close. Great item. Okay, this is not the last floor. But it's a very small floor. So we'll take it. Only one battle. And of course, it's another one of these stupid data bugs that takes forever. Data bugs are so annoying as a regular enemy. This guy's especially annoying because he can instantly kill my characters. It takes so long to put buffs back on. Okay, he's doing it. Please don't die. There's nothing I can do about that. I just die if that hits me. Doesn't matter if I'm at full health. That sucks. Another one of those. Yeah, we'll take another one of those because it definitely sells for more than, you know, 5 the Devils. Nice death. And, you know, at least my party has all of their buffs, so whatever. I'll wait to do all the buffs again until we know it's the last room. Because I'm assuming it's just going to be nothing but those data bugs all the way down. Every drink is great. Sounds like he says amateur, but it's immature. Similar sound, similar meaning, but not the same. Okay, is this the last floor? Oh my god. This guy sucks. He really does not like me. Okay, here's the thing that kills me. As soon as I'm unable to move, I can just click first aid. Because we know what's coming. Protect break, you loser. Come on. I wonder if the death is actually throwing it off. I'm like pushing him past incremental thresholds. Our infection level's getting a little too uncomfortable here. We're getting undesired debuffs now. Once it gets into the red, that's when we start running the risk of losing experience points, which is really not good, because the only reason we're doing this dungeon so completely is to get experience points. And these guys aren't even giving us good experience because we're having to data drain them. So. Okay. I need a mage's soul because I don't want to wait. Okay, good. I was like, don't make me do two of these guys at the same time. Please. Because I'm assuming the other one is going to be that guy. Oh, it's not. It's just a bunch of these little losers. Okay. This is going to suck for a second, but it should go pretty quick. And we got to keep clicking this. Because something about clicking the same command again makes them, like, use it right away. Which is a great hack. I don't know exactly how that works, but it's like if you say skills or magic, they'll, like, immediately use a skill or a magic spell, but they won't just keep using them over and over as fast as they can. You have to, like, keep retelling them to do it. But they also won't just do the one and then no more. Like, they'll keep doing them, but just not as fast as they could if you kept clicking the command. Okay, we got a lot of chests on this floor. I still can't tell if this is the bottom or not, though. Oh, it is. Okay, this is the final floor. The Got statue is probably to the west. Raikomaru. That's weird to see. That's so below the level of this dungeon. Okay. Got statue. Yep. Risky coffee? That's a weird item. That's got to be a trade item. Okay, goodbye moon. Scarlet plate, that's a trade item. We have 20 hanged mans in here? Oh my god. Alright, we can get rid of those. They're not worth that much. And an ivory barrette. What are we gonna drop for this? Not any of these things. So yeah, we're gonna drop a level 3 spell, I guess. Goodbye, Hellstorm. If that's the bulk of our reward for doing this, that'll be a little bit unfortunate, but we've done more for less. Which sounds like somebody's slogan. We've done more for less. That would actually be hilarious if they spoke like mobsters. Yes, actually, we will give up on the healing potion. That was a very convenient app Corv. Can live without that. It's weird that there's so many of those in here after we already got so many recovery drinks. Healing potion is like the level 1 potion. Alright, can y'all do like an Ola rep here? One more. Thank you. That'll do. Oh, look who it is. It's our favorite guy. He's probably gonna kill me at least twice. I'm gonna go ahead and click first aid. Yep. Can you use a resurrect and stop using Olrep? Apparently you don't have a resurrect. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is an elixir. Wait, how are Risky Coffee and Noble Wine the same item, but with different names? That's so strange. This sounds like one of those unique trade items that somebody's asking for, like the person that was asking for Christmas card, and the other person was asking for, I don't remember what it was. Something really strange sounding that didn't sound like an item that did anything. Oh, now it's my turn to die. I hope one of y'all has a resurrect. Okay. Apparently Balmung is the only one that has resurrect, so I gotta make sure that I'm not relying on Black Rose to revive me, because she won't. Another Maid in Heaven. Okay, well I guess that's convenient because I don't have to make room for it. Not Mage's Soul. Resurrect. Get out of here. Okay, this is the last room, so I'm gonna buff up for it, even though it looks like it's just gonna be regular fights. But even if it's just like 2 of those guys, it might help a little bit. The one spell that we don't have that we would like to have against that guy is the one that lowers attack. Yep, we do this. We get Corv. Do, 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 do. And that's 3. And I'm not going to worry about Torv. Oh, I already ran out of Same? Or did I just skip it? Maybe I just skipped it. I am going to take the Kiki and Lala, though, actually, for this one. Just for maximum attack power. Oh, not that again. That's so dumb and annoying. Okay, Dragon Tiger it is, then. That's such a strange little glitch. What was I about to do? What am I forgetting? Oh, Rig Same. We don't really need it, but Might as well. Maybe we'll get lucky and this is just 8 little wizards that will overwhelm us for like a second and then we'll overwhelm them. Nope, it's worse. It's these guys and the data bug. Okay, I'm going after this guy. Okay, I should not use spells. It's gonna get me killed. Should know better. Gotta get rid of that guy first. Now, unload on this guy. And I will try to keep you all topped off, but it's probably not going to matter because he has his stupid insta-kill thing. It's not actually an insta-kill, it just does more damage than we have HP. Okay, here it comes. Oh my god, I survived. Incredible. Oh, it's coming again. Oh, that time he hit me with the death. Great. Wait. Are you seriously out of Resurrects? Please don't be out of Resurrect. You've got to be kidding me. Unreal, dude. Unreal. There's no way. Balmung! How do you run out of Resurrects, my dude? I cannot believe that we're about to game over on this. There's nothing I can do though. Like, I can't use items. I mean, technically we didn't really get anything. Other than just like a lot of money. Damn it. That's so dumb. Like, I knew that they theoretically have a finite number of healing items, but we just like never run into it. So, well, that's a huge bummer. I mean, I guess at least it happened in the very last room. So we at least know that, like, we saw everything that was in that dungeon. But we just lost a ton of experience in items. So that blows. And obviously time as well. Yeah, that's brutal. That's so brutal. On the last enemy in the very last room, Balmung ran out of Resurrects. I wonder if I can, like... I guess by the same token, I should be able to, like, buy a stack of Resurrects and gift them to them so that they have more. I feel like that would probably work. I just hadn't really thought about needing to do that. But I don't think like once we killed that enemy and the dungeon was completely empty, we were going to get some kind of like cutscene or piece of lore or anything like that. I think it was just a regular dungeon that had, you know, some solid rewards in it. But there wasn't really anything in there that we hadn't seen before. So, it is what it is. Well, shall we do the story quest that we've been putting off? Let's do it. Bring back Black Rose and Balmung. The Bees. The B squad. Well, they're the A squad, but their names start with B.
I'll handle it.
I should probably make a note of this in case the memory fades really fast. So, we visited the zone from Sieg's message to Balmung and Orca that we saw in OVA 4. There were good items and a ton of data bugs. In the last room, our party members ran out of resurrect and we got a well played, Gad, well played. Got a game over. It didn't seem like there was anything super unique or lore significant, but we'll revisit. Okay. That way, if I completely forget about this and never revisit it, I at least wrote down that I did it. But I think I might do that offline sometime if I feel bored. Glad with 2 Ds to be back. Welcome back, Gad. Also, if you just randomly... Oh, wrong button. If you just randomly clicked that alert and you just got here, that's really funny. I thought you were dunking on me because we just got a game over. Oh, thank you. Yes, this is a fantastic shirt. The Resnors from Super Mario World rocking out. It's a Bit Brigade, one of the Bit Brigade shirts for their Super Mario World tour. Okay, we got to go back to Sigma server. And we're going to go to... What was it called? Graceful Tempting Fallen Angel. And I'm a little worried that we're not going to have enough time to get to the bottom of a dungeon and fight a boss and like watch a cutscene and do some writing. But I don't know what else to do with 30 minutes other than just do exactly what we just did again, which we're absolutely not doing. It was a combo of both. You caught what seemed like the post-game over, but you weren't sure. And you haven't used the alert yet. Nice. Very nice. Oh, I should give them some resurrects. Oh, there's a spring here. Hold on. Hold on. That may have been a treasure chest.
This.
So, I'm gonna throw this one in. I feel like this one's more likely to get an upgrade. It's Grandpa. Okay, huge.
Was it a golden axe you brought?
Huge. This is the first time we've seen Grandpa
Neither
in a long
one?
time.
Let's see. Just between with a weapon of this level, you'll have.
Okay, this one is still... He says we'll have to go to a stronger spring, but is there a stronger spring? Yeah, I think the levels of the rare items are heavily inflated. Okay, let me gate out really quick to make a little bit of inventory space. That was a really unfortunate game over, too. That sucked. That was really dumb. Because if I... Hold on. I can look at their equipment, but I can't see their items. And if I go to, like, trade with them, that's not the same as looking at their consumable inventory. You can't see all of their items when you do that. But I'm a little low on Resurrects, so I can top off. And then I'm getting a little low on Fairy Orbs, so why don't we just buy a stack of those? We can go ahead and grab Fortune Wires while we're at it, too. Those are dirt cheap. Wait, what? Oh. We're okay on potions. Anything we need to sell? No. Oh, man, we lost so much money. That was the main thing we lost. Like, obviously, losing all that time sucks, but the main thing we lost was time. Dang it. The main thing we lost was items. Money. Okay, so 2 together can go in, and nil can go in. And then these axes. That's our 9th silver axe. If we get one more, we can pick out one of the items that Tim has. And let's do a separate save here. This will be slot 3. And we'll call this wave prep. One thing I'm curious about, though, is if I try to gift them Resurrects, am I going to be able to give them more than one at a time? Yes. Okay. So what if I give you, like, 15 of these?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because these aren't going to show up in her trade list. These are only a select number of items. Oh, that is not what I thought a sports drink was. Okay, I misunderstood. Or, not misunderstood, but misremembered. Okay, here we go. Do I play contemporary games? You've been playing Starfield. Nice. I sometimes play contemporary games, but pretty much only Nintendo. I haven't bought a brand new AAA game for anything other than Nintendo in probably a decade or more. And I just don't play very many games on my PlayStation anyways. I don't even have a PS5. So not a lot of contemporary games, but not out of like an aversion or anything. It's just like my tastes and preferences kind of naturally have guided me in that direction. But Starfield is a great example of a game that's like, I don't have anything whatsoever against it, but it is just not a game for me. It is not my type of game. That game would like instantly overwhelm me, and I would be paralyzed with choice. Okay, you're very strong. Too much content, too open-ended, and that's like so many games for me. So I have to be careful. This thing is really strong. I hate these guys. They can hit so many times in rapid succession. Do I have Chrono Cross? Yes, I have Chrono Cross. I don't have the re-release, though. I ended up deciding not to buy it. I just have the original. I ended up deciding that I didn't like enough of the added features and the way it looks enough to import a region-free physical copy, because that was the only way I could get one. And ultimately came to the conclusion that if I was going to play Chrono Cross, I would probably just play it on the PS1. But I think it's great that it exists, obviously, because it's going to be way more accessible for most people. Okay, well, at least so far on this floor, there is a high number of chests and a low number of portals. These enemies seem weirdly strong. I need to switch to Sora's Blades too, because we need death so bad here. Wait, yeah, why? Did we really just gain that much experience in that dungeon? I'm used to my attack stat being in the 70s, and we're back down in the mid-60s, low 60s. I'm gonna have to do that dungeon again offline, just to get all that stuff again, and say that I did it. I don't know when I'm gonna do it though. It's gonna take a lot longer than farming virus cores or watching an episode or two of Sign. But yeah, I can't think of any non-Nintendo like upcoming games or recently released games that are on my radar. But I guess the fact that the Switch 2 is the only like current generation console that I have is a little bit more of the reason versus just the fact that I'm not engaged with PlayStation or PC news, and I don't own any Xbox consoles except for the 360 that I bought last year to play 5 RPGs. This guy really sucks. I hate him. But even for the few number of modern games that I do play, it's pretty rare for me to play them on stream. Like for me, modern, like when someone says modern game, I'm thinking of stuff that came out in like the 2010s and forward. Like that's still pretty modern in my brain. Like late PS3, early PS4 is still pretty modern in my brain. Whereas I have a feeling that other people's definition would probably be something more akin to what I would think of when someone says current games. For me, that would mean anything in like the last 4 to 5 years I would consider current. But maybe for other people that's modern, and for them current is like this year. I do want to play Metroid Dread. I don't have Metroid Dread. It's on my throne if somebody wants to buy it for me. But I'm actually all caught up on Metroid games other than Metroid Dread and Prime 4. So the next time I want to play Metroid, it's going to be one of those. And I would definitely be up for streaming either one of them. I heard nothing about Prime 4 after like the initial discourse blew over about the companion character. I definitely want to play it. No matter what. Because I love Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3 so much. And even if it's like not nearly as good as those, it's still probably a game that I would enjoy. Even if there's an annoying guy that talks too much. But I'm sure it's pretty overblown. I think it was more about the fact that it didn't seem like it fit than it being overdone. But I'm sure I could get over it. I've endured much worse in the name of fun. Same layout, interesting. Okay, anything but the big drill guy, I'm happy. This thing does have a ton of health, though. Come on, Sora. Do we have Sora equipped? Okay, just making sure. That's really gonna carry me through this dungeon. It feels like this is what I would have assumed that the level 85 dungeon felt like. But we're at a dungeon that's at my level. Actually, one level below my level. And it feels like I'm punching 10 levels above my weight. This thing does not want to get death. Die. Okay, thank you. PS3 era still modern for you? Yeah, the visual, yeah, there's an interesting phenomenon happening with games technology that happens to a lot of like industries and art forms where when they're like really, really early nascent industries, the progression from like generation to generation is like astounding and exponential and like leaps and bounds. And then as it kind of like levels off, it becomes extremely incremental and like imperceptible. Like think about what like a top level realism painter could achieve in 2026 versus what a top level realism painter could achieve like 200 years ago. Like there's a difference, but you know, art has been around for a long time versus the jump of like, you know, smearing blood and poop on a cave wall to like hieroglyphics. And yeah, the gaming graphics are kind of at this weird point where like the change between generations is like smearing and kind of hard to tell sometimes. But it also does kind of feel like we're approaching this point of like singularity too. Where like all like
Golden egg.
like Sony and Microsoft are like we talked about this on a previous stream not too long ago, how Sony and Microsoft have so much less of an identity, like brand identity in their software than they did 10 years ago versus 30 years ago versus ever. And like that combined with like incremental technology and graphical updates and just like the overall disenchantment, the confusion and hatred for AI, and like still recovering from pandemic, bad business practices, like all this stuff is just like a soup of like disenchantment. And I think stuff is feeling very samey for a lot of people. Like minimal risks being taken, lots of sequels and remasters, and all like the creativity exists outside of the AAA space. Obviously there are notable exceptions, but for like the vast majority of like what normies play, they're kind of like in like lost in a sea of sameness. You know, here we are like anticipating Grand Theft Auto 6 is finally coming because everybody's just been like falling apart, sifting through the Far Cry likes and Tomb Raider likes and Uncharted likes and God of War likes and Souls likes,
Invisible egg.
because they don't dip their toes into like indie games or artistic stuff or whatever, because they're like, I don't know, insecure, homophobic, whatever.
Invisible egg.
But it doesn't feel as much like that to us, because we're like a little more tuned into some of that stuff. But I do feel the lack of goal posting between generations really hard. Oh yeah, when I said we, I didn't mean like actually me or anybody in this chat. I just meant like the industry, or like the proverbial we, the human race. I don't know. I despise Grand Theft Auto. There are a few things that I hate more than the franchise of Grand Theft Auto. I hate everything that it represents. I hate the people that it caters to. I hate everything about it. I think it's awful. Okay, this is... Oh no, this is not the last floor. Never mind. The map fooled me for a second. I saw that top left corner with the dead end. And because the up blinky is close to the down blinky, it got me for a second. No, I don't want to trade. I'm sorry, Black Rose. I'm just trying to hit this pot so I can throw this antidote away. Another one. Yeah, I agree. Like much in the same way, Vlad, that there's like incremental innovation happening graphically. It also feels like there's very little innovation happening like mechanically, as far as like the core AAA bestseller games. I think that's less about technical capability and more about favoring like capitalist measurable success, financial success over like risk-taking and creativity, or like seeing video games as art. But it is similar in how we observe it. Like, oh, this game from you know, almost 20 years ago now. When did Uncharted 2 come out? Like 2008 or something. This one video game is like still like the core formula for like so many AAA games, where it feels like we haven't come all that far. Like the graphics are a little bit better, and there's like all these other little tiny incremental polish things, like the, you know, the Joss Whedon style quips are a little bit funnier and a little bit more topical, and it's a little less misogynistic maybe, and or at least like ambiguous instead of being overtly diminutive towards a specific group of people. It just avoids it instead of uplifting anything or calling attention to anything. Afraid to be exclusive, but also afraid to be inclusive. 2009, okay, yeah. I think I'm especially unfairly biased against that as well, because I have this giant catch-all bucket of games that I like to call third-person action games, that all modern games feel like. Meanwhile, I'm literally playing a third-person action game right now, technically. But it just feels different to me. So I choose not to file it in the same bucket. This is a terrible mob. We're all playing beige and gray screens. What is that? Is that... This guy must be using a summon. That must be what that is. He's using like a summon spell and it's making a... Oh my god. Please revive me. Is he summoning Goblin? Kill this guy. He has like 1 HP. No, we are not going back to the lab again. That reminds me though, I need to give Balmung some resurrects. Here you go, bud. Take 15 of these. Because when I die, I need you to be there. This is not the bottom floor. Man, this dungeon is massive. And it's already time for me to wrap up. Well, we've come too far now. So, I don't know what to do. The problem is when we get to the bottom of this dungeon, there's going to be like a really long, possibly boss fight. There's going to be cutscenes. There's going to be writing. And I just don't have time for all that right now. So, we're going to have to save it for next week, unfortunately. So what I'll do is, offline, I'm going to go back to that previous dungeon, that's the one from the OVA, and I'm going to finish it. If there's anything significant, I'll take notes on it. I'll share it with you all next week. I highly doubt there's going to be like a cutscene or anything, but if there is, I'll try to like jump on the button and record it or something. And then next week when we come back, we'll be at this dungeon. And I'll just... I don't know, I'll beeline it through the first 3 floors, and then we'll play through floor 4 to the bottom at this normal pace. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to reset, I'll warp out of here so we keep the experience and everything. I'll do that after we raid out, though. Let's find somewhere to go. We're about to get smashed with an ad. And, sorry, I got distracted by a notification there. Where do we want to go today? Let's find somewhere to raid. Thank y'all for hanging out. I enjoyed it. I think we mostly made some progress. We got checked a little bit, but... Yo! Okay, Pops must have finished Final Fantasy IX. Or he's taking a break. He's playing Dragon Quest VIII, and he's really close to the beginning of the game. So I'm assuming this is day 1 for him. I love Dragon Quest VIII. It has a special place for me. I bought Dragon Quest VIII to get the Final Fantasy XII demo because I was a moderator and amateur journalist for a Final Fantasy forum, and it fell to me to do the write-up on the FF12 demo. So I rushed out to buy that day 1 to get it. And then after doing that, I was like, well, I might as well play this video game that I bought. And ended up absolutely falling in love with it, and that cascaded into me going back to Dragon Quest VII, finding out that I loved that game, and then becoming a Dragon Quest fan and playing all the rest of the games in the series. So... love Dragon Quest VIII. Great game. Super long, not a great stream game, but great, cozy, chill time game. I mean, great stream game if you like spending a lot of time playing the same game. And just chilling and vibing. Anyways, y'all be good. Have a good weekend if it's your weekend. If it's not your weekend, or you don't have a weekend, keep pushing. We believe in you. Stay well. Take care of the people around you. And I'll see you Tuesday for more Boys Lock. Let's go say hi to Pops. Peace.